I didn't know what else to say to her.
ほらタク、ちゃんとしてよ。じゃないと私が来た意味なくなっちゃうじゃん。
Sarika pouted a little. It was the same thing she used to do in the newspaper club. I tried to stop my tears from welling up again.
ちゃんとしてるよ。この僕がちゃんとしてなかったことなんてあるか？
あの時とあの時、それから
指を折って数えるな。
Sarika laughed, and then she looked me right in the eyes.
多分向こうへ戻った瞬間、その一瞬にしかあいつの隙はないよ。だからチャンスは
一度あれば十分だ。
That's right. I would only have a few seconds in the world of my delusion. And a few seconds when I got back to reality. I would probably have less than 5 seconds in total. If he had been researching psychics for as long as he said, he would notice what I had done immediately. So I would only get one shot at this. If it didn't work, he would definitely kill me this time. Sarika looked relieved when she saw my resolve, and then she smiled and started to fade away as if her job was done. At the same time, I felt a stabbing pain in my head. It was the pain from when the D sword appeared. Here it comes.
無謀なことにかける覚悟はオッケー？
オッケー。
掛け金が自分の命だっていう現実はオッケー？
オッケー。
バカな決断に言い訳をしない意志はオッケー？
オッケー。
じゃあ行って舞台に上がってタク！
I slammed my own delusion down on top of the one that was holding me captive. It was like splattering bright paint onto a black canvas. In a single instant, a perfect replica of the theater appeared. Yes, it's working. Dad was right in front of me. He looked surprised. I could tell from the shock on his face that he hadn't realized it yet. He didn't realize that this was the world of delusion sitting on top of another delusion, and that I had dragged him inside. The machine on his back started to creak and moan. Its shape was becoming warped and distorted, as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant. I screamed louder as I tried to use my power to destroy it. Dad stepped back as if to protect it, the look on his face making it clear that he still couldn't believe what was happening. But it was too late. Shatter. Shatter. I hit him with an even stronger delusion. The outer frame couldn't take the stress, and the machine started to break. Dad panicked and raised his key sword to use his mind control on me again. A red light flashed in front of me, But it wasn't the mind control again. It was the opposite. This was the key to the plan that the other Sarika and I had come up with. Dad, Sakuma, had made a mistake. He thought that I had escaped from his mind control on my own. He thought that I had escaped from that delusion and made it back to reality. So he did just what we hoped he would, and ended the mind control that was on me now, even though I was actually still inside that dark prison. If Dad had stayed calm, he would have noticed his mistake immediately, but it was all so sudden that he had panicked and made the wrong decision. That black torture chamber was gone, and in that instant I canceled my own delusion. The bonds that had tied me in place were now gone. My senses came back and told me that this was reality. The pain of my injury, the smell of blood, the taste of blood, the feeling of the D-sword in my hand. Dad howling as he stood there with his fake sword raised high. But just getting back to reality wasn't good enough. I probably only had a few seconds left. I needed to destroy the real device before he figured out the trick. Run. I forced my aching body to move and ran at full speed toward my foe. I lowered my body as I ran and held my D-sword ready. A new attempt at mind control came at me. I could feel it trying to scramble my brain, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I bit down hard on my lip and used the pain to check my five senses. You're still okay. Don't stop. Run. Keep running. I swung my D-sword down at my father. Dad tried to dodge it, but that was exactly what I wanted. He ducked low, and I could clearly see the device on his back. I dug my D-sword into it hard before he could move. Panting, I pulled my D-sword out of the device. Parts flew everywhere. The strange light it had been giving off disappeared, and the artificial D-sword he was holding lost its glow. The pain in my head created by his mind control attempts vanished like it was never there. As soon as I saw that the device was destroyed, I fell to my knees. I had spent all my energy while running at full speed, and it hurt to breathe. I was dizzy from lack of oxygen.
くそてめえ
Dad's mood suddenly began to change. He seemed to realize what I had just done. The smile on his face vanished, and instead of anger, there was now no expression at all.
俺がこれを復元するのにどんだけ苦労したか分かってんのか
I had never heard him use a tone like that before.
タクル
なんだよ。
なんで壊れてねえんだなんで生きてるいやなんで精神を保ってるてめえがあれに耐えられるわけねえんだ俺は確かに30日間お前をしくじったのかいや あの男にできて俺にできないなんてことは。
I used my D sword as support to help me to my feet. It was fine. I could move. I could move just the way I wanted to. I was sure of it. I would definitely made it back to reality.
おい答えろ。お前なんで動けるんだよ。
I readied my D sword again without saying a word. There was still no expression on Dad's face.
そうか。こいつか。そういうことか。
I looked down. Sarika was lying there, looking like she was asleep even though she was dead. Dad's anger had vanished, and instead he started to speak like a scientist observing a guinea pig. That was even creepier, somehow.
イマジナリーフレンドだけで乗り切ったってのか。殺した相手にすがりつくとは思わなかった。ったく、面白くねえことしやがって。
Dad raised the now dull D sword and walked toward me. It was no longer an artificial D sword, but it was still a giant metal blade. Even without his powers, it was more than capable of killing me. I stepped away from him, my own weapon at the ready. It felt like if I looked away from him, I would be killed.
狂えって俺は言ったよな。なあ。
The iron blade suddenly swung down at me. There was an impact on my face. I felt some of my back teeth break and blood spurted from my mouth. I had been knocked onto the floor. I swung my D-sword in my hand frantically. For a moment, I experienced the pain and light that were caused by mind control. Is that thing still working? It's not broken. It has to be. I dropped my D-sword in despair. It vanished. But the mind control never came. My attack a moment ago actually had managed to damage it.
ってマジで壊れてるじゃねえか。このクソガキ。
Sakuma's iron sword struck me on the left leg. An indescribably awful pain ran up my spine and smashed into my brain.
んなことなら最初から拷問室にでも思考誘導しとくべきだったな。なんなら今やってやろうか。リアルで。よう。
It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Was this plan stupid after all? Was there no way for me to win?
ほらよ。ダメだな。痛覚からの発狂じゃ何にも新しいもんは得られねえか。
What happened to my leg? My body? Were they still there? I couldn't move, just like in that black prison.
なら、あいつらをお前の目の前で殺してみるか。
I could hear those words clearly, even as my whole body was screaming with pain.
多分まだ渋谷を出てねえだろ。
The instant I understood what he meant, I forgot about the pain coursing through my body.
ああ、それでいいんだよ。お前にとってそれが大事なものであればあるほど効果は高えからな。
He kicked me, and I rolled across the ground. Then he started to walk away. My throat hurt as I screamed. I was frustrated that I couldn't even speak. Where is he going? Where else? To where they are. After the people most precious to me. I tried to stand up, but the leg he had struck wouldn't move, and I fell back to the ground. I fell face first onto the floor. My left leg wouldn't move. It was probably broken. It was the one place I didn't feel any pain. My body wouldn't move. Why? I finally made it out of that darkness. I can't just let him go. Move. I don't care what moves. Move. Move. He's going to kill them right in front of me. Kill Ari Mira. Kill Uki. Kill Yuto. Kill Kunosato-san. I won't let you. I won't let you do it. I don't think he could kill Kunosato-san unless he fixes the machine. I think she's got it covered. As my vision blurred from the pain, I saw Sarika's body laying on the ground.
のんちゃんたちの仇は取らなきゃダメ。でも私の仇はダメ。当たり前でしょ。
絶対にさせるか。
I howled. And my D-sword appeared as if in response to my cry. And then it sliced through the air toward my dad as he walked away.
何？
My dad turned around at the noise, just in time for my D-sword to impale his throat. And then he slowly fell backward onto the floor. I somehow managed to endure the pain that was coursing through my body and stand back up. There was blood everywhere on the stage. I avoided it, dragging my unmoving left leg as I walked toward the body that used to be my dad. The D-sword was still shining as it stuck out of his throat. I made it disappear. When I saw what was left, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment or anything else. Just an urge to vomit. He was lying on the ground. I had killed him. I had just killed my own father. What the hell is happening? Taking revenge for Nono and Huey didn't make me feel any better at all. I didn't feel happy at all. I suddenly realized that I was crying. I didn't know how long I had been crying for, but my tears were red. Everything around me felt like a lie. I was having trouble standing up, and not just because of my injury. This was how it felt to cross a line that no one should ever cross. I tried to smile and forget my tears. What the hell am I doing? Do I feel like this because I broke my promise to No-No? Oh, right, Sarika. That was the real reason I came here in the first place. There's something I need to ask her. I looked away from Dad and walked over to Sarika, dragging my leg behind me.
そうか。それも、もう叶わないのか。
I looked down at Sarika and reached out my hand toward her. I wanted to at least fix up her clothes where they had been messed up. There was a loud, heavy noise and an impact around my stomach. What was that? I looked down at my body, trying to find the source of the sound and the noise. And there, I saw a D-sword sticking out of my stomach. It was the same one that had taken No-No's life on the roof of Hekiho Academy. The second Shibuya Restoration Festival was now over. The murmuring among the crowd at Memorial Park started as soon as the Shibuya Board Mayor finished his speech. Some people headed straight for the station, glad to be done. Some people were so moved by the speeches given by the victims that they stood in front of the memorial, wiping away their tears. Some people went out to go drinking since it was Friday. They had all come to the Restoration Festival for different reasons. But even now, when all the planned festivities were over, there were still some people who hadn't seen what they had come for.
んだよ、出てこないじゃん。
誰だよ、ここに来るってつぶやいたやつ。
The whispers started all over the place, and others agreed, even though they would never say it. They all looked around with searching eyes. And everyone was looking for Miyashiro Takurio. The same time, Shibuya Scramble Crossing. This place was even more packed than Memorial Park, and the reaction was even stronger.
はあ？んなのマジで自殺するわけねえだろ。踊らされんなって、情弱オツ。
うわ、腹立つ。
Some started to say that the whole thing was a hoax, and more people began to leave. The ones that didn't move at all were the ones in the masks. They were waiting for Miyashiro Takeru more than anyone else. But the festival was over. When the heat and passion of the festival began to fade and reality came crashing in, they began to doubt. He was the mastermind behind all those murders. They had thought that it would be nothing for him to commit suicide
Warrior
in public.
said, "Good afternoon."
Welcome in, Mora. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. But were they wrong? or was someone that brilliant capable of making an announcement like that, then managing to escape? The ones that stood in groups began to stare at each other with their three-eyed masks, trying to guess what the others were thinking. Should they move somewhere with less people? They waited for someone to suggest it.
何あれ。
And then something happened that saved them. At the center of the commotion were police officers running somewhere in a hurry.
いや、ちょっと待ってください。ですから。
Shinjo kept suggesting that they get confirmation, but his boss ignored him. When the information had come in, he had lost his ability to control the situation.
くそ。
He cursed at the phone as they hung up on him. This is bad. This is really, really bad, Shinjo thought to himself.
どうした？
久野里さん、車で待ってろと。
待たせすぎる。何があったんだ？
Shinjo looked at the time. It had already been 10 minutes after he had gone back to Aoba dorm and gotten everyone into the car.
タレコミがあったらしい。宮代君が光尾にいること、もうバレてる。
何？
That was probably the first time Shinjo had ever seen her go pale.
どこからの情報だ？
わからない。捜査本部はどこからでもいいだろうの一点張りだ。
Shinjo had repeatedly asked for a source, but it didn't help. From the way his boss had been acting, it was likely that they didn't even know where it came from.
うちの連中がもう光尾に向かってる。
あんたはどうするんだ？
Now that the police knew that Miyashiro was at the Hikari Wo, there was no time for him to go to Akihabara and back. Shinjo had to be there. It was his job. He was the detective in charge of the case. And if Miyashiro was going to be arrested, he was the only one who could help. But getting the kids from Aoba dorm out of the city was something that only he could do. What should I do? He kept asking himself that.
行ってこい。こっちはこっちで勝手に渋谷を脱出する。
え？脱出っていうがな、何が起こるかわからないんだぞ。
That's why he had stayed here as a guard.
なんとかするさ。ただし、車だけは置いていけよ。
え？
She couldn't possibly mean. He had a bad feeling about this. Did Kunosato-san have an international license?
無免許運転を取り締まってる場合か。とっとと行け。
あのな。
Suddenly, his phone began to ring. This time it was from one of his men. There wasn't even time to think about it anymore. He prayed as he tossed Kunosato the key.
子供たちが乗ってるんだ。無茶な運転はするな。
当然だ。私を誰だと思っている？
何かあったらすぐに連絡しろ。それが無理なら、どこでもいい。交番に駆け込んで、俺の名前を出せ。
If anything, she wouldn't do any crazy driving just because she values her own life. I mean, just being for real. Shinjo ran off without waiting for an answer.
新庄さん。
あ？
He turned around. Kunosato had a totally earnest look on her face as she spoke.
アクセルは確か右だったな。
Oh dear. Oh dear. Here's hoping it's not a clutch. Shinjo had to force himself not to go grab the keys out of her hand. Look it up on the internet, wrong cider, he yelled as he ran toward the Hikari Wo. It was cold, and I was sleepy. My body wouldn't move. Am I back in that world? That dark prison? No. I can still feel pain. My senses are still working. Then, just what is this? I suddenly remembered where I was. Did I pass out? My back, my stomach. I felt the warmth fading from my body with each drop of blood I lost. But my wounds burned like someone was pressing a soldering iron up against them. And yet, for some reason, I felt sleepy. None of this made sense. My whole body had stopped making sense. I heard footsteps. They were getting further away. I forced my eyes to open and looked toward the source of the sound. The first thing I saw was my dad's body, the body of the man I had killed. Until a moment ago, he had still been a person, and just past him, I saw her through my blurry eyes. She was getting further away. It really was Sarika. She was alive. She was walking. She had just put her phone in her pocket. She had just put her blade in me. She was walking across the stage. She was probably heading for the exit, high among the seats. She didn't look back. I couldn't be hallucinating. At least, I shouldn't have been. There was no one left who could use mind control. There's something I have to ask you. That's why I came here. Come on, this is supposed to be my body, right? Why won't it move when I tell it to? Sarika stepped off the stage. She made her way through the seats to leave. She was about to disappear. No, don't. Wait. Please. Come on, move. Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in my head. I obeyed my intuition and let it go. My D-sword suddenly appeared in my hand. That's right, I can do that, just like I did before. I used my powers to fling my D-sword at Sarika. I didn't care if it landed at her feet or where it landed at all. I just had to stop her. Sarika sensed it coming and turned around. At the same time, a light appeared around her. Her D-sword appeared from within the light. She then grabbed it and easily blocked the incoming blade. When the two swords collided, My vision went white.
お前に思考誘導をかけろって？
ああ、
What? What's going on? What am I looking at?
いろいろ聞きてえが、まず理由からいいか。
クルス・ノノを殺害する前、その思考を読んだ。彼女は遺言として手紙を残してきている。
はあ、涙ぐましいことだな。殺されるのを覚悟してたってことか、あいつ。
すでに警察に渡っているだろう。遅かれ早かれ、宮代拓もそれを読むことになる。そうなったら宮代はあの手紙にクルス・ノノの死に縛られる。あいつは遺言に従おうとするだろう。
遺言ってのは何だ？
復讐をしようとするな。もう事件を追うな。
へえ。
そうなれば宮代は絶対に事件を追わなくなる。それは私にとって都合が悪い。だから復讐や事件のことではなく、この私自身に興味を持たせるしかない。それで彼は必ず動くだろう。
そうか？なんでそんなことまでわかんだ？
私は宮代のことなら何でも理解できる。そういう存在だからだ。
ああ、思考誘導しなきゃいけねえのはなんでだ？
彼のそばには有村ひなえがいる。あの能力を無効化したい。思考誘導で私自身が嘘を信じ込んでしまえば、それはもう嘘ではなくなり、真実として有村に認識されるだろう。もちろん宮代にもな。
ああ、伊藤ってガキと同じ手だな。
Sarika was talking with Dad. The vision was unclear, like it was wrapped in fog. But this was...
でもめんどくせえな。タクルのやつに直接誘導をかけちまえば、それで済む問題じゃないのかよ。あっと、怒んなよ。
彼に対して可能な限り思考誘導はかけない。あれは脳をダメにする。そうだったな。
ああ、でも最後はもう一回使わせてもらうぜ。誘導なしじゃギガロマニアックス相手に勝ち目なんてね。
もう一度だけだぞ。いいな。
わかってるよ。
I could see... I could see the two of them talking. It looked like an old movie shown through a projector that was slightly out of focus. But I wasn't really seeing it. The vision seemed to be coming directly into my mind.
じゃあ次だ。お前の思考にどう誘導をかける？
筋書きはこうだ。一つ、すでに委員会との関係を断たれているお前が委員会へ戻ろうと野心を抱いている。この作り話を私に信じ込ませろ。二つ、その野心のためにお前は協力者の私を裏切り、宮代拓を犯人に仕立て上げようとしている。これも私の脳にすり込め。三つ、叱るべきタイミングで彼の両親を殺したのは私だと私自身の口から伝えるように誘導。そして最後は私の生きる目的を変えろ。
Right, these are probably Sarika's memories. Are her memories coming into me through her D-sword?
俺までその嘘話の中に巻き込むのかよ。
そうしなければならない。有村の能力とは別に障害となる人間がもう一人いる。久野里美代だ。
あいつか。なるほどな。
久野里美代は事情に精通しすぎているが、だからこそ委員会の話をでっち上げる。あの女は委員会のこととなると冷静さを失うからな。私が委員会の情報を持っていると思い込めば絶対に手放そうとしないはずだ。皮肉な話だが、久野里のおかげで私は宮代の近くにとどまることができる。
お前おっかねえ女だな。そこまで考えてるってのか。いや、思考盗撮のおかげってやつか。
このゲームの登場人物を動かしているのは私だ。
Game. I suddenly remembered something. The theory I had come up with in the newspaper club. I had thought that the killer was challenging me to a game. That the killer was moving people around like chess pieces. And that they wanted me to be the other player in the game. But once my dad identified himself as the killer, I had given up on that theory. I had thought that I was wrong. But maybe I was right after all.
なるほど、ゲームね。俺も楽しいことは好きだがよ。短い間とはいえ、てめえの人生の目的まで変えようとは思わねえな。
余計なことは言わなくていい。お前は宮代の真のギガロマニアックスのデータが取れればそれでいいのだろう。その欲求は満たしてやる。
まあ確かにそうだ。ただ何回も言ってるがよ、俺がやろうとしてることにタクルの精神が耐えられる可能性はゼロだぜ。昔所属してた AH 東京総合病院の地下施設、そこの責任者から直々に伝授された拷問だからな。
彼を見くびるな。私も何回もそう言っている。
壊しちまっていいんだな。そこに手は出さないって取り決めだもんな。
お前に思考誘導の装置さえなければ誰より先に殺していたな。
面白えな。やってみるか。
クーツか。
おっと、そうだ、もう一つ。なんであいつを犯人に仕立てる必要がある。お前はあいつが事件を解決すればそれでいいんだろう。
それは
My vision blurred. There seemed to be a chorus of buzzing inside my head. This feeling, it was the same as when I used my power. The same as when I saw my D-sword in the corner of my vision. Another vision came to me through her D-sword.
彼の中の彼が私に言う。
自分は他の人とは違う。よくそういう人がいるけれど、ほとんどが勘違いだ。みんなそのことに気づいてない情弱ばかり。でも僕だけは本当に他の人と違う。
Is this me?
あの地獄のような渋谷を生き抜いた。そして両親を誰かに殺された。特別という言葉の定義は他と明確な区別があること。こんな経験をしている人はそんなにいない。だから僕は本当に特別なんだ。なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ？
何それ。
地震直後の混乱が収まった後、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。 これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きていない。これは得難いことなんだって。実際そうなんだと思うよ。何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれた時、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか、とにかく他人を心配しててさ。でもそんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。
I remembered what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me.
頑張れという部外者。
I remembered this scene. It was what I had said to Sarika back at Cafe Lax. It was just after the Love Hotel incident.
彼は当事者であろうとすることにこだわっている。それは幼い頃から変わらない彼の本質。
よくもまあ誰かがつぶやいてたっていう程度の情報だけで一喜一憂できるよな。僕にはとても真似できないよ。早速昨日起きた放火事件を調べに行こう。現場が近いんだ。かなり美味しいぞ。
彼はネットに潜り情報に溺れ、きれいに泳ぐために情報強者となることを目指し、試してくれる都市伝説を好んだ。そして興味は現実の事件へと広がる。きっかけは
6年生になった時、ニュージェネレーションの狂気が起きました。2009年です。本当に熱に浮かされていました。あの時は。
What is this? This is me yesterday. How? Is Sarika's D-Sword suddenly reading my memories now?
自分たちが住んでいる渋谷であんなことが起こっているのが最初信じられなくて、ほとんど PC に張り付いて情報を追ってました。ああいう大きな事件が起こった時のネットって本当に数分間目を離していただけで最前線からの情報からは置いていかれるんです。尾上と交代しながら寝ないで事件を調べて、時には携帯でネットを見ながら事件現場に出かけて、そこの画像を撮ったりしてました。
Sarika wasn't real back then, but she had been by my side anyway.
事件が進んで西条匠という人が犯人として注目を浴びて、でも結局それをひっくり返して、尾上も僕もとても興奮しました。かっこよく見えたんです、その人が。冤罪を晴らすっていうのは結局間違った情報に踊らされた人よりも正しい情報をつかんでそれを突きつけるってことじゃないですか。僕が当時新聞部の今もですけどやっていたことの最も大きな形に見えたんです。すごいねこの人と尾上は言ってました。同感でした。
おっとそうだ、もう一つ。なんであいつを犯人に仕立てる必要がある？お前はあいつが事件を解決すればそれでいいんだろう？
それは6年前に起きたニュージェネレーションの狂気がそうだったからだ。あの事件も犯人と目された人間が最終的にはその冤罪を晴らし事件を解決に導いた。
お前がニュージェネにこだわってんのは知ってるよ。わざわざ日付を調整してニュージェネの狂気の再来なんて呼ばれるように仕向けてきたんだからな。ニュージェネに寄せてあんな殺し方したのも、歴史シールを現場に残してそれをタクルに気づかせたのも、 全部タクルにニュージェネの再来事件を解決させるためだろ。
So the theory that I came up with in the newspaper club room was actually correct. If so, then Sarika was the one manipulating the characters and setting up the game, and her real goal was me.
殺し方を決めたのはお前だろう。あんな悪趣味なものまで私のせいにするな。
あのくらいの思考誘導試させてもらわねえと面白くねえだろう。んで、もうこれまでで十分お膳立ては揃ってるだろ。なんで解決の流れまで昔の事件を真似る必要があるんだ。
もう一度言う。彼を見くびるな。宮代拓は際限なく求め続ける。彼が私を生み出した目的は。
The vision changed again. That's me. That's me. From that day when I made it to the shelter after the earthquake.
そうだ。そうだよ。
I started remembering what I had been thinking about at that time. I had met the people from my class on the way here. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. They had asked me to help. I couldn't move. I couldn't think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. They seemed to think I was going to just let the woman die, so they had looked down on me. I hope I'd never end up like him, their eyes said. It was what I, as a right-sider, had always thought about wrong-siders like them. It was the way I had always looked at them. I was angry and frustrated that they had looked at me like that. I know all kinds of things that they don't. Are they treating her injuries right? Are they doing it in the right order? I should go back and tell them what to do. I'm sure that I can make the right decisions. That's what I was thinking to myself at the time.
タクル。
お前、なんでここに？
Suddenly, my parents appeared. Right, that was when I ran into them at the shelter. They were yelling something at me excitedly. Then my mom grabbed my arm, and I shook her off.
タクル。なんなの？こんな時まで迷惑かけないで。助かるのよ。
僕は助かる。
いいから早く。
More of the thoughts I had in that moment continued to flood my mind. I'm saved. Saved from what the hell I just saw? Now I'm being saved from it by people who've never even cared about me before. I shook my arm away again. Saved? Me? Why? You people have always neglected me, but now you're going to save me? Why? The moment after I thought that, I saw myself holding my head in pain. My nails were digging into my flesh, but the pain wouldn't stop, and I kept on screaming inside. No, this isn't right. Those wrong-siders in the class never did anything good before, but they suddenly wanted to be good now, and they wanted to look at me like I was worthless. I could see myself screaming more. My heart and head felt like they were going to burst. And now you people are going to save me? You, the people who just gave me 1,000 yen instead of taking me out to dinner on my birthday. Hell, no. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him. My mom was yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying back then, and I couldn't hear it even now. Shut up. You just think I'm in the way, don't you? Well, I think the same thing. You're in my way. Just what do I do? What do I want to do? Why am I here? That's right. Where's Sarika? I remembered that. At the time, I had carried Sarika on my back to get her to the hospital, but I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. That's right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm saving her life. Sarika will understand that. She always tells me what I'm doing is right. She always understands what I have to do. She's always, always on my side. Suddenly, my whole field of vision went white. Shut up. You people should just go away forever. Sarika, save me. Please, please. That's right. These are probably Sarika's memories. That's when I made my wish. To Sarika. Sarika's memories went into me through her D sword, and my immediate thought as I experienced those memories went into her simultaneously. When she knocked away my D sword, the visions vanished. When I came back to reality, the first thing I saw was Sarika's face. It was filled with despair, like she was about to cry. I had never seen her like that before. I knew immediately that she had seen the same things I had seen. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. That was the terrible wish I had made. That was the only reason why Onoe Sarika exists. Laughter filled the theater. It took me a long time to realize that it was mine. The pain from my leg that my dad had broken was getting worse, but the pain in my heart was somehow worse than even that. As I rose, Sarika started to stagger backward as if she was terrified of me. When I saw her, I laughed even more. I had survived the worst that my dad could throw at me, and a single truth was about to drive me insane. I went forward, dragging my left leg behind me. I looked and saw that where I thought Sarika had stabbed me in the stomach, she had only cut a bit of the skin on my side. It hadn't even reached my organs. This wasn't a fatal wound, which meant that this was also
全部茶番だったのかよ。
the sword that Sarika had knocked away came back to me. I reached out my hand for it.
それでこのままお前が真犯人として名乗り出て終わりってわけ？いや違うか。それじゃあ僕が解決したことにならないもんな。その実感が持てないもんな。
やめろ。
そうか。父さんがあくまで真犯人役か。僕が父さんを殺して自分の手で終わらせたと思ったところで僕を気絶させて、それから
違う。
それからお前は世間に流す情報の調整をしたのか。もしかしてさっきスマホをいじってたのはそれ？警察にでも連絡したのか？
Even without Arimira being here, I could tell that she was lying. Sarika was crying. She was wiping away the tears with her sleeve. She looked like a little girl. No, she didn't just look like a little girl. She probably was one. She was only 6 years old after all.
だよな。6年前のニュージェネ事件で一度あの人は公開処刑になってるもんな。警察に捕まえさせて大勢の前に引きずり出さないといけないもんな。で、僕が危機に陥った時に父さん、佐久間が真犯人だったっていう証拠が出てきて、僕は一転英雄になる。そういうことか。なあ、尾上。
My voice was shaking. The laughter was turning into something different. Sarika kept crying and didn't answer me. Tears started to fall from my eyes, and my vision began to blur. It was as if everything in our hearts were turning into tears and flowing out.
こっちみんなの大谷が死んだのも、オトモレタンの高柳が死んだのも、有村の知り合いだった柿田が死んだのも、ネット記者の渡部が死んだのも、南沢千里に見せかけられた灰田が死んだのも、伊藤が操られて結衣を殺したのも、野々が死んだのも、全部僕のせいなのかよ。
違う、私がやったことだ。
そうだ、お前がやった。僕がお前にやらせたんだ。
Sarika's D-sword sliced apart some of the audience seats, but I kept going.
久野里さんの言った通りだ。僕の周りで事件に関する出来事が起きすぎてる。当然だよな。僕が解決するために仕組まれた事件なんだから。僕の両親を殺したのはあの時僕が消えてなくなれと願ったからだろう。
Sarika didn't answer. I didn't expect her to.
事件は見事だったよ。やりたいことだったよ。美味しいネタだと思ってたよ。僕は中途半端なものじゃ解決したいって最後まで思わないもんな。
But in the end, after I solved it, all that I would be left with was emptiness and the guilt from what I had done. That's why I knew what I had to do now. Dragging my leg behind me, I finally made it to the edge of the stage. I could see the steps down into the audience area. All that was left was to go down the stairs and out the door. Sarika's expression suddenly changed. She was still crying, but she seemed shocked.
やめろ。
She must have used her mind reading to see what I was planning to do. She ran to the bottom of the stage to block me.
バカなことは考えるな。
But I looked right at her as if to say that I wasn't changing my mind.
やめてくれ。やめろと言うんだ。
Sarika raised her D-sword and pointed it at me. It was a warning not to go any further, but that wouldn't make me stop now.
お前は僕を殺せないだろう。
もう一度意識を奪う。目が覚めた頃には全てが終わっている。その時は何が起こったのかわからないかもしれないが、時間が経てばきっと気づく。
何に？
お前が本当にやりたいことは、お前が今考えているようなことじゃない。前代未聞の事件を解決した英雄としてこの世界に認められることだ。
そんなこと僕は望んでない。
望んでいる。私だからわかる。いや、私にしかわからないんだ。
Sarika's words probably came from reading the deepest parts of my heart. I wouldn't deny that. She was right. If I just let her handle everything, I would become a hero. And if I kept going forward, all that was waiting for me was destruction. When I thought about that, I got scared. I was terrified. But even so,
どうして？
she was still holding her D-sword. It was clear she had no intention of letting me go any further. I grabbed the hilt of my own D-sword and raised it as well.
来いよ。
I said to her from on top of the stage. I said the same thing to her that she had said to me in that dark prison.
舞台に上がれ。尾上セリカ。
I could see her on the other side of her D-sword, looking hurt. But she must have read my thoughts and realized that I wasn't going to change my mind, because she slowly came up. The bright lights illuminated her beautifully. I took several steps back the way I had come, so I could keep my distance. I must have lost too much blood because I suddenly staggered. My vision blurred. With only my right leg working, I was barely able to keep my balance. I couldn't stop here. I couldn't.
どうしてだ。どうして犯人として名乗り出ようとする。いや、どうしてそれが許せるんだ。その情報に踊らされているのは下に集まっている連中、情弱たちだぞ。情報強者のお前が最も嫌う情弱だ。自分たちが偽の情報に誘導されていることに気づきもしない、疑いもしない。映画でも見るような感覚でお前の自殺を見物にやってきたくだらない奴らなんだぞ。お前が名乗り出ればそいつらの格好の餌だ。なんで自殺しないクズ、いや神だ。何を叫ばれるか想像できるだろう。
I knew that. I could easily imagine it. The ones outside the Hikari-wo building right now were probably the same ones who had been partying at Shibuya Scramble Crossing earlier. There were probably a lot of people writing irresponsible comments online. The TV was probably filled with self-proclaimed social commentators who were telling the audience exactly what they wanted to hear. But I did the exact same things in the past. I was just as bad as them.
僕は情弱だ。
Stream Elements said,
小さい頃から
Stay moist, my
いつも
friends.
隣にいた幼馴染のことさえ何にも知らなかった。
I gripped my D-sword tightly.
もう終わってるんだよ、ゲームメーカー。
The moment she hesitated, I struck myself on the back with my own powers. My vision blurred as I started to accelerate. I knocked myself forward and instantly closed the gap between myself and Serika. Caught off guard, she stepped back and lowered her blade. She was ready to swing it upward. I ignored her and brought mine down. She brought hers up.
トク、どうするの？
あの時も
Another vision came to me as our D-swords collided. Her sword knocked mine away, and I quickly brought it back for another strike.
ねえトク、最後のとこ何か変なの映ってなかった？ほら、これ窓の外。
あの時も
I saw flashes of several different conversations. I didn't know if they were my memories or hers anymore. But each time our D-swords collided, I saw another. Serika wasn't just a normal girl who everybody loved. She was a mastermind who had set up this whole game for me. And she had killed Nono and Yui just to lead me to the end. The symptoms of blood loss were getting worse. My vision was darkening, and it felt like I was about to pass out. She kicked me. The sudden, fierce pain in my stomach knocked me off balance. I dropped my D-sword and flung my hand to try and grab it again. She kicked the sword away. It spun all the way to the edge of the stage. I fought through the pain and used my powers on the D-sword. It flew high up into the air. Sarika screamed in rage, but I wouldn't stop. The D-sword spun wildly as it launched itself at Sarika. She knocked it away. Well, I'm not done yet. I used my powers to make the D-sword fly again. The sword attacked her once more. She knocked it away again. Each time it came at her, Sarika knocked it down. I couldn't land even a single attack. Damn it. Why? Why? Then I realized that she was looking at me. She wasn't looking at the sword. That's right. Her power. That's why I can't hit her. The sword lost its energy and clattered onto the floor. I fell to my knees and collapsed. Damn, this isn't going to work. She can read everything I'm thinking. She knows the direction the sword is going to come from, or more precisely, which direction I'll send it in. This was bad. The room seemed to spin, and sometimes my vision would dim. I couldn't move my arms or legs. I felt cold and like I needed to throw up.
そのままおとなしく眠るといい。そろそろ警察がここに来る。大丈夫。目が覚めて時間が経てば、お前は必ず気がつく。自分が何を望んでいるのか。
Sarika said it again, that this was what I wished for, but I couldn't let myself believe her. What should I do? What do I do? What if I changed the direction of the lights to blind her and then attacked? But the second I thought it, she knew. What if I pretended to make my D-sword disappear and then concealed it somewhere on stage? The second I thought that, she knew about that too.
そうだ。私には絶対勝てない。頼むから動かないでくれ。これ以上傷口を広げないでくれ。
I didn't have the strength left to attack her myself. Even if I did, it was useless to try and attack someone who could read my thoughts. What do I do? Think.
もうよせ。余計なことは考えるな。
Think. There has to be a way. I was the one who created her. Then, suddenly, I had an idea. Her expression suddenly changed. She was staring at me with wide eyes. Her mind reading meant that she already knew. She already knew exactly what I was thinking. But even so,
関係ない。考えが読まれていようが、この手なら関係ない。
when I saw the tension on her face, I was sure of it. There was still a way I could win. I formed a strong delusion in my mind, and when I did, I was hit by a headache 1,000 times worse than when I normally use my powers. It was far worse than having a needle stabbed into my temples. It was like every blood vessel in my head was being filled with thorns. The pain was so bad, I started to vomit up stomach acid. Sarika tried to run over to me and stopped. She kept turning around and looking at the exit near the seats. She seemed to be uncertain as to whether or not she should run, which meant that this idea was going to work. It wasn't something anyone had taught me, but I was sure that I could do it. According to Kunosato-san, I wasn't like the other psychics, who had each gained a single power after being exposed to what she called the causal factor. She had said I might be a true gigalomaniac with the power to reboot any of my delusions. And in fact, 6 years ago, I had created Sarika, a human being.
それならこのくらいできるはずだ。やめろー。できないわけないよな。
I twisted my body upward and screamed. A large number of Beasaurs appeared above my head. Of course, they were all fakes. The closest weapon to me that I could easily imagine just happened to be my D-sword, but I had rebooted them anyway. They shone like fierce beasts in search of prey. My head felt like it was going to explode. I imagined each blood vessel bursting, one after another. Or was I really imagining that? Maybe this was going to kill me, but I didn't care. I had to end it here. I had to let my puppet go free. Sarika changed the form of her D-sword and spread it out as far as it would go. She was going to try and block them all. I screamed and sent them all flying at Sarika. And so,
もしもし、僕です。一席ぶってもいいですか？エンディングに行く前に。
宮代、無事なのか？何があった？
good. It connected. I could hear Ariura and the others calling my name on the other end. I felt so cold, and my fingers were shaking. I turned the phone to speaker mode and started looking through its photos.
例えばですけど、自分が高い建物の上の方に住んでいるとして、 窓から外を見たら女が男を殺していたとするじゃないですか。警察に通報しようと携帯を耳に当てた時、女がこっちを見て目が合ってしまったんです。女はこっちを指さして口を動かしてます。何を言ってると思いますか？
まさか思考誘導されてるのか。そんな信憑性皆無なサイコパス診断がどうした。
Psychopath, a person whose abnormal personality poses a threat to society or themselves. In Japan, psychopathy is often referred to as antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD. People suffering from this disorder do not have the normal sense of morality and empathy exhibited by neurotypical people, which can, in some cases, lead to them committing heinous, horrific crimes. The primary cause of psychopathy is believed to lie within the brain, particularly the frontal lobe. I should have figured she would know about that.
普通の人ならこう考える。例えば、そこを動くな、通報するな、とかね。でも、サイコパスは違うそうですね。1、2、3。こっちが何階にいるか数えているんだって。そう。目撃者を殺しに行くためにです。被害者側じゃなくて、加害者側に立って考えるから、ということらしいんですけど。
There was only silence. She must have decided there was no point in answering, but she was still listening.
でも、僕も正直、そんなのは嘘だと思うんです。本当のサイコパスは、そんなこと思わないんじゃないでしょうか。エド・ゲインでも、ヘンリー・リー・ルーカスでも、誰でもいいんですけど、もし彼らがこの質問をされたら、きっと質問自体が理解できないと答えるでしょうね。
Henry Lee Lucas, a non-fictional American serial killer. Some say that Lucas killed over 300 people between the early 1950s to early 1980s. He served as one of the models for the genius cannibal psychiatrist in a famous American horror movie, and while a prisoner, he was an official member of the Special Task Force dedicated to solving the crimes he himself had committed. Died in prison from heart failure in 2001. Ed Gein, a non-fiction American murderer and one of the most famous criminals in American history. Gein would dig up dozens of local graves, retrieve the bodies of freshly buried women, and then turn them into vests, socks, masks, and other articles of clothing for him to wear. Gein only killed 2 people in his lifetime, but the shocking nature of his crimes left a huge impression on the public, causing him to become the model for many fictional characters in the future. Gein died of cancer-induced respiratory failure at a psychiatric hospital in 1984.
明日の晩ご飯とか、質問した連中の服が気に入らないとか、被害者側でも加害者側でもない、どっか遠くからものを考えてると思うんです。ロールシャッハテストでも何でも、彼らの口から出てくる回答はきっと意味なんてない。だって彼らにとって全てはきっとクソったれなゲームだったんだから。
My fingers stopped. It felt like it had been a long time since I last saw that picture.
だから思うんです。あいつは何を考えていたんだろうって。あいつ、何を聞かれても、何を喋っていても、実は別のところを見てたんです。一つの目的だけを見てたんです。あいつの口から出る言葉に意味なんてなかった。
お前、思考誘導されていないな。佐久間と尾上はどうした？お前は無事なのか？
Kuno Sato-san must have sensed that something was up because the tone of her voice
あな
changed.
たにはなんとなく分かっていたんですよね、あいつのこと。
The wound in my stomach and the pain in my head counted the time as regularly as a clock. Thud, thud, thud. There was a silence, 10 thuds long.
正確にはもちろん知らない。ただ、私が想像していることに近いのであれば、あいつは間違いなく向こう側だ。シリアルキラーという意味でもそうだが、こちら側にいる一般人とは最もかけ離れた存在だ。
でしょうね。きっとあいつもさっきの質問をされたら回数なんか数えない。
Kuno Sato-san understood after all. She knew that something was wrong with Sarika.
どうすれば僕は知ることができたんですかね。
そんなことはいい。答えろ。お前は無事なのか？
いえ、僕のことはいいんです。どうすれば彼女を理解してやれたと思いますか？
I heard a small sigh on the other end, and then a sharp voice that cut it off.
そんなことは不可能だ。言ったろ。あいつは向こう側の人間。いや、存在なんだ。こちら側にいるお前に理解できるはずがない。
Kuno Sato-san's use of the words different and normal. I thought they were very fitting. Sarika was different. I was normal.
どうした？
I had a sudden premonition. I looked down at the D-sword in my hand. I had used this to real boot Sarika. That's right. I had created her, which meant I could do it again.
いえ、何でもありません。すいません。後のことをよろしくお願いします。
Now she would understand. Kuno Sato-san and Shinjo-san could deal with all this. I went to hang up without listening for her answer. But
待て、宮代。一つだけ聞かせろ。
はい？何ですか？
お前はこちら側にいると言ってしまったが、ちなみにお前ならなんて答えるんだ？
さっきの質問ですか？もちろん僕も123なんて数えないですよ。でも通報するなとも言いません。だってネットで先に答えを見ちゃいましたから。
I ended what would probably be the last phone call of my life. And then I forced myself to get up, despite all the blood I had lost. My vision blurred and I staggered, but I had to keep going. I couldn't fall over just yet. I had had an idea while I talked to Kunosato-san on the phone about what I really needed to do with my powers, about the one way to save her. Instead of releasing her, Sariko was lying face down unconscious. She was a mess. There was blood everywhere, but it wasn't fatal. She was still breathing. She was probably just unconscious. I forced my wounded body over to her. I put both my hands around the hilt of the D-sword I had been using to support myself.
Spindash Diva said. Yay.
Thank you very much for the subscription, Spin. You are valued. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful existence. And congratulations on the 200 followers, friend. The sword had no weight, but I felt like I would drop it if I didn't. She must have heard the footsteps because Sarika gave a soft moan. She slowly raised her head and looked at me. I stood close enough to look down on her from the side, and then
Spindash Diva said. Thank you. I'm excited. Glad I hit it before my 3-year streamer anniversary.
very cool. Yes, indeed. 3 years, huh? That's a fair amount of time. Her eyes went wide with shock, and then she started to crawl away from me. That sure is a convenient power, I thought to myself. She knew what I was thinking without me even needing to say it.
ただもう必要ないけどな。
嫌だ。
Sarika tried to get away, her fingers digging frantically into the stage as she crawled. She glared at me and started to get up. But then her strength failed her, and this time she fell flat on her back. She gasped like she was drowning and quickly coughed up some blood. There were tears in her eyes. I readied my D-sword. I stopped just this once.
殺すわけじゃない。わかってるだろ。
Spindash Diva said. Oh, he readied his sword.
And it doesn't help the fact that the sword is called a D-sword either. That doesn't help either. It's short for dimensional, I think. Dimensional sword, but yeah. Her scream echoed violently in my ears.
どうしてそんなことを言うんだ。僕は
I was going to use my D-sword to change her. I was going to change her into a normal girl with no powers, who didn't kill anyone, and who didn't even know that I had created her. I was going to rebuild her into a normal girl.
僕ならそれができる。僕にしかできない。
I had already created her from nothing. I knew I could do it. I
Spindash
could make
Diva
her normal.
said. XD, he's certainly going into another dimension. The dimension between her
She was crying like a baby. Are you scared? Afraid? Why?
私から目的を奪わないで
She was weeping, and her voice was desperate.
生まれてからいろんな人の心を読んできた。みんな悩んで迷ってる。それでも生きてるのが信じられない。なんで笑ったりできるの？それが何のためか自分で分かってないのに。私はそっちに普通になりたくないの。
Her voice bounced off the stage and hung over the empty seats. No one but me heard it. Her tears fell onto the floor, mixing with my blood.
ダメだ。お前は普通の女の子になるんだ。
I spoke softly as I raised my D sword high.
やめて。お願い。お願いだから。ずっと私にタクを助けさせてよ。
I remembered what was in Nono's letter. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else does, but don't get buried among the crowd. Doing that is impossible for me now, but I know that you can do it.
それじゃあさよなら。
13を確保。13の氏名は宮代拓18歳。私立碧峰学園3年。宮代拓を確保。
POI, short for person of interest, someone who is believed to possess important information regarding a crime. Three months later, morning at the Aoba dormitory group home.
ユウ？もうできるから。
When Uki finished washing her face and came into the dining room, Yuto was already getting breakfast ready.
私がやるって言ったのに。ううん、座ってていいよ。
She looked inside the kitchen and saw that Yuto had already done all of Uki's work for her. Fine, I'll do the cleanup myself. As she thought that to herself, she sat in her chair without further complaint. Lately, Uki had learned to make a few dishes without resorting to the recipe scrapbook that Kurusu and Yui had made. Of course, her food didn't taste quite as good. But if nothing else, she wasn't trying difficult recipes and burning the pan like she had been doing right after she came back here. After a short wait, Yuto brought all the dishes to the table.
ありがとう。じゃあ、いただきます。いただきます。
Yuto could also make simple dishes for himself now. It was his idea, and he had been working hard at it. 3 months had passed after everything that had happened. With its owner Sakuma, Takuru, Kurusu, and Yui gone, Aoba Dorm itself was in danger. The place had only survived because of Sakuma's salary, so that was natural. But when Shinjo had told them it was safe to go back to Shibuya, they had both insisted on coming home to Aoba Dorm. Shinjo insisted it was impossible, but Surprisingly, it was Momose who helped them out. She had called in a few favors, and Aoba Clinic had become the property of a completely normal privet doctor, and some of the clinic's earnings were dedicated to keeping Aoba Dorm alive. Of course, it wasn't a family like it was before. The doctor just worked at the clinic. He didn't manage the dorm. Instead, a nutritionist and nurse, both of whom said they were acquaintances of Momose's, would come by every day. But Uki and Yuto wanted to keep as much of their old lives as possible, so they wanted to make their own food. So on weekends and days when the nutritionist couldn't come, the two of them eagerly went to the kitchen.
おいしい。少し厚く切りすぎたけど。
Only very recently had Yuto started to talk more. After what had happened to Yui and Nono, and then what he had been told about Sakuma and Takuru, he had become nothing but an empty shell. The one thing that had saved him was that even then, Uki had stayed by his side. Yuto had desperately wanted to be with someone after everything that had happened. Of course, the wounds in his heart hadn't healed. No, they probably never would. The loneliness and regrets would come back to haunt him again and again. Even Uki herself sometimes had trouble sleeping at night. Some scars just don't heal. When that happened, she would go to Yuto's room and tell him it was because she knew he was afraid of being alone at night, and the two of them would endure the terror together. The two of them were brother and sister, inseparable now, just like Nono and Takuru had been.
あ、そうだ。受け入れのことだけど。
Uki's chopsticks suddenly froze.
僕はいいよ。
She didn't expect that answer. She had thought Yuto would refuse.
使ってもらった方がきっといいよ。
They were thinking of accepting new members at Aoba Dorm, which would mean they would have to use Takuru or Nono's rooms. She had wanted to save them, personally. Nono wasn't coming back, but she wanted to believe that Takuru might. But if Yuto had made his decision, she had to support him as his big sister.
そうだね。
She smiled the best she could and started to eat more of her little brother's cooking.
チャオス、ひなえちゃんです。
The door opened and Areira Hinae walked into the newspaper club room.
あれれ、花んとこも実習？
The owner of the room raised a hand in greeting without even looking up, like she always did.
今日の機嫌はいい方か。
She had learned how to tell from the sounds on the keyboard. Areira sat in her usual spot and took out the book she was reading, Teru Miyake's famous 6,000 Lives and Deaths. There had been an awful lot of free periods lately, and during each one she would either come here and read a book or work on a novel as part of her literature club activities. Miyashiro, Kurusu, and Iko were gone, so Kazuki was always here alone. And she almost never said anything. There was no need to worry about hearing lies. It was the perfect place for Areira. After the incident, she had spent several weeks in Akihabara before suddenly being allowed to go back to Shibuya. Though allowed wasn't the right word. She had been dragged back here. She hated it, but even if it meant another fight with her family, there was nothing else she could think of doing. There hadn't been any problems with psychics since then, at least publicly. Sometimes Shinjo would call to check on her, but nothing special was going on. But she had never expected the case to end the way it had. She saw an unfamiliar expression in the book, so she decided to copy it down into the notebook she kept in the newspaper club. Handwriting was the best way to do this stuff, she thought. There was no class in just typing everything onto a computer. She stood up and looked for it on the steel shelves against the wall, but it wasn't where she thought it would be. She reached out her hand toward the back of the shelf. And the papers that had been piled there fell off. Arimura and Kazuki froze when they saw one of them. It was a big map, folded many times over. She didn't have to spread it out to know what it was. It was the one the newspaper club had put on the wall when they were going over the case. But there was no need for it anymore. So the first thing Kazuki had done after she had come back to this room was take it off the wall. Arimura had come back a few weeks later, but she hadn't said a word about it vanishing. No, it would be more accurate to say that she wouldn't.
そういえばさ、セリー、少しだけ光に反応したって目が覚める兆候かもって。
It was something that Shinjo had just told her on the phone. Kazuki turned around to look at her. What will you do? Her face seemed to say. Arimura frowned and scratched her head.
どうもこうも宮代先輩の希望通りにするだけだよ。
There was nothing else she could do. That was the promise she had made to him. Kazuki nodded and looked somewhere else. Arimura followed her gaze. She was looking at the chair that Miyashiro used to sit in. Then she looked at the one Sarika used to sit in. For what it was worth, Arimura hadn't sat there a single time since she had started coming here.
じゃあ、伊藤君の方はもう完全に白?
That was Momose's first question after hearing about what had just happened at the hospital.
はい。だいぶ回復してきましたが、本当に思考誘導されていただけのようですね。委員会の情報は持ってないと見ていいでしょう。あと可能性があるのは尾上と宮代だけなんですが。
この状況じゃね。
Kuno, Sato, and Momose both sighed at the same time. Sakuma was dead. They had gone over everything he owned, as well as his body, but learned barely anything. She had found, with the help of her very, very strange acquaintance in Akihabara, that Sakuma had indeed worked at the basement under A.H. Tokyo General Hospital, but nothing else. There was no data left of Sakuma. She hated to admit it, but the committee was good at their work, and fast. Even the police didn't seem to know who he was. That night, 3 months ago, she still didn't know what had happened between Miyashiro, Onoe, and Sakuma back then. But if what she was imagining was correct, especially in light of her final call with Miyashiro, there was no need to question what Sarika had told her at Frisia. She had talked a lot about the committee, but looking back, there was a good chance it was a lie used to gain Kuno Sato's cooperation. As proof, even after she had taken the psychics out of Shibuya, nothing had happened. Her hacker acquaintance had checked his network and hadn't seen anything at all. With no real reason to stay in Akihabara anymore, she had come back to Shibuya. But while she was gone, All the threads connecting Sakuma to the committee had vanished. Either she had screwed up, or maybe...
やはり佐久間は末端組織の人間でしかなかったということか。
Which meant they simply gave up on him when he was no longer useful. But there was a lot of equipment that had disappeared from that underground faculty. Even if he was the one who had moved it, someone else had to be in charge of it by now. If she could just find out who that someone was.
あと、たどれる可能性があるとすれば。
Momose looked at Kunosato and tapped her own temples.
ここね。カオスチャイルド症候群。
はい。
And that was the one route she still had open to her. It was the piece of evidence she had chosen to use to get her revenge on the committee. That strange disease that had started showing up in certain victims of the earthquake. Suddenly, her phone began to vibrate in her pocket. She saw the name on the phone and realized that it wasn't time for his usual check-in. That meant something had happened.
どうした？
尾上が。
She slowly stepped into the hospital room. The room was clean. The air was pure. She nodded, satisfied with that. It was disappointing that no one had brought any flowers, but in light of his condition, there was no helping that. The curtain was closed, so she couldn't see him from here. She walked softly, without making a sound. She approached the bed nervously. She put her hand on the curtain and slowly opened it. The person she was looking for was lying there. She sighed in relief, and then brought her face close to his, as if giving a kiss to a loved one. She was close enough that her short hair fell on his face. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine, she thought to herself. He had lost a little weight, but it was still the face of the boy she had known for years. She then opened the window. Fresh air blew into the room. The weather was great. It was a perfect day to go outside. Hold the phone.
速報です。本日午前9時過ぎ、ニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来と呼ばれる連続殺人事件を引き起こした犯人、宮代拓が収容先の病院から姿を消しました。
Okay.
現場には争ったとみられる警察官の遺体が残されており、なお犯人を病院に収容していた理由ですが、警察はカオスチャイルド症候群者である宮代拓を検査するためと釈明しており、警備体制に問題はなかったと
And that should be the end of the ads. Welcome on back in,
ど
friends.
うでもいいよ。
Now it's time to get the other endings, because that was just one of many endings, right? I'm going to try to get some bad endings first, maybe? But let's see what we can get ourselves into and how much time it's going to take to skip to the parts we haven't seen yet, right? That's always the fun of going back through games like this, is the skipping part, right?
宮代。
Ah, well. Now, the thing we're going for this time is we have to get all of the map thingies correct without any mistakes. And can we remember? Let's see. There it is. Okay. Don't Look took place in Jin An. Here's the place. So Don't Look was. I should probably save, just in case I do get it wrong. Let's see. Don't Look was this one, yeah? Okay. And then group dive was this one. I think we got most of the early ones right, but then we messed up a little bit later on. Audio bleed was the Tum one. And then man child, that's pretty obvious right there. Tums. Okay, and then Love Hotel is this one. And then sticker placed near the scene of Don't Look. That was this one? Yeah, okay.
Stream elements. Set.
Crucifixion
Stay moist, my friends.
is this
Hydrate.
one? Okay, there we go. That's the first one done correctly. You just gotta make sure not to make any mess ups on the others. How long is it going to take to skip through the rest of it? I don't know. But we'll see, I guess. Alright, here's the next map. Let's see here. Save just in case I get it wrong. I don't think this one was one we had trouble with either. Video was uploaded to the wiki, taken to the outside. What are we choosing? So the video that was uploaded to the wiki is footage of the inside of the Love Hotel. This one, take it from the outside, okay. Long distance shot of looking down at the Don't Look. That was outside the karaoke, right? Right. Okay, and then oh yeah, we did get this one messed up, didn't we? Nearby telephone pole. Close up of the telephone pole. This one? And then the long range is where we messed up. So I thought it was this one because that looks like a telephone pole, but it's this one, isn't it? Sumo sticker for Revolving Dead is this one, because that's the hotel. Oh, there we go. Got them all right that time. Now for the next one. And another map, although this one is pretty obvious. Had special powers. I think that's the only choice here to be made. I think that's the only choice on that map one. I don't remember how many more maps are after this one. I don't think there were that many more, right? Because then we start breaking off into that ending we got to. There's what, 1 or 2 more maps? It sure does take a minute to get through all this even skipping, but this is a pretty long game. It's a pretty awesome game. It's just pretty long when you're trying to get to the different different stuff. No, maybe there is only one more map. I'm trying to remember how many more maps there even are. Is there one more or two more? Because I feel like there might be only one more. Because we're slowly getting through it. Because there's 11 chapters, and we stopped getting new stuff about chapter 6 or 7, didn't we? We stopped even getting the delusion triggers for that matter. So there's probably only one more map, right? Only one more? Maybe. Yeah, I think it might be just one more, because there's the one where we do the fires, right? Where we pin up all the different fires. I was trying to remember what we pinned up when we did the next map as well. But that was one of them, wasn't it? It was we were connecting the fire outbreaks to the... And that only happens after we need the pyrokinetic. So yeah, that makes sense. I think there's only one more map. No, what is there? No. There are two more maps, because there's also the map where he starts trying to figure out who could possibly do the one thing. And I got confused on that one, because a couple of the choices still don't make sense to me. At least a little bit. So there are two more maps. Okay, here we go. Next to last map, I think. If I'm remembering right. Then we'll have all the map triggers done correctly. First victim in the Don't Look case was able to predict the future. That was his gimmick for the thingy. Audio bleed was music into a trance. Revolving dead, able to read clients' minds. And then last but not least, okay. Oh yeah, their wishes. Don't Look wanted to become famous. The girl wanted to be a popular vocalist. Yeah, okay, so there's still going to be one more where we have to guess who could have possibly leaked that one stuff. The pyrokinetic. Okay, so yeah, there's going to be one more map, and then we'll have all the map triggers correct. Oh, no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there are even more maps than I remembered. Ah, my poor memory. Okay, go ahead and save. Make sure I get the map triggers correct. The woman who I saw was the one who attacked us before Minamisawa Senri, right? She was a pyrokinetic, which we now know is wrong, but different power, delusion of being alone. What was that? What were they arguing about? Nono didn't believe Senri was the killer. What she said was a lie. She saw Minamisawa die. Okay. When she appeared at Aoba Dorm, she tried to attack her because she is apparently a psychic. We never did figure out. Oh yeah, we did figure out what her power was. Kinda, sorta. It's a very weird, specific power, but okay. So there's one more map now. I think probably we'll get all the map triggers correct eventually, right? Okay, yeah, this is the chapter because the last map was figuring out who was the culprit, and we figure it out right before Nono goes to duel her on the rooftop. So yeah, there's one more map. We're almost there. Almost there, and then we'll have all the map. I'm wrong. Or am I? Dooba 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 doo. Save, save, save. Yes. Okay. There was something else we talked about. That's important. This is where I messed up. This is where I first messed up. Because I thought it was the fact that the door hadn't been opened suddenly, but it was the fact that the police didn't stop us. That was where I first messed up, because I got them all right before that. But, because I didn't realize that we were going to go with the fact that they were all mind controlled. I didn't even trigger that myself. Yeah, there were certainly more Momo stickers around, which made us go all cray cray. Their goal was, I think I got this one wrong too, save just in case. The goal was to lead us to the pyrokinetic? Yeah. The reason we completely believed that Heido was because she had her ID card. I guess there's another map, but I'm pretty sure it's at the end of this chapter. There are a lot of map triggers. which I kind of like that. It makes it a bit more interactive, and you have to think a little bit more of the puzzle, sort of like AI Somnium Files did. I really like it when games do that. It's like that perfect combination of puzzle solving and a whole bunch of story, which is just tickles just right. Okay, go ahead and save just to make sure. Okay, what was the question? Why would that cause a problem if you hadn't gone there? This was another one I had gotten wrong. This was between the stickers and the case, right? Yeah. Hekiho stood to gain. And this is definitely the last one here. Killer read her mind and dug it up. I was attacking us. What was the point? Oh, I don't remember. I think I got this one wrong as well. Let's see. Yeah, because it wasn't that. I think it was this one. I thought it was that one at first. Yeah, okay. And for the effort they put into it, something didn't make sense. Turn Ito into the killer for vengeance. That didn't make sense because he didn't know her. Doo-ba-doo. Okay. Now this is where things start really not making sense in my opinion. But I guess if he's trying to go through all the choices. Someone who would belong in the newspaper. I mean, I guess technically it belongs to the newspaper club, but still. You were one. You were another. You were another, yeah. Then you. Nope, I got it wrong. Shit. Okay, I got it wrong. Load. Try that again. You. Who else? They all belong at the club, right? Oh, right, because she doesn't talk. Okay, right. Only 3 people who could have done it. Could show Ito that picture were you, and you. Okay, that should have gotten it. Probably.
の傷は大丈夫か？
Oh, here we go. We got something new because we got all the map triggers correct on the first try. Here we go. We got something new. We got something new.
すまねえな。
Takes all that time to skip through to the part we didn't get
つい
to,
体
but
が動いち
yeah.
まった。
嘘をつけ。私の行動を予想していたくせに。やっぱりかと、お前の思考が言っていたぞ。
He must have found something funny because the man on the other end laughed.
お前らしいな。若者はそうじゃなくちゃいけねえわな。それで、理由くらいは聞かせてもらえんだろ？
白々しい。
Sir Ika's voice was filled with rage. He knew, and yet he had asked anyway. He was either a sadist or some kind of sick hedonist. The methods he came up with for his murders always felt like one big joke.
どうして宮代拓郎を主犯に仕立て上げた？一連の事件は全て南沢千里の犯行として決着させるはずだったろう。
俺が何か細工をしたとでも言うのか？
Of course you were, asshole, Sarika thought to herself. A warrant had been put out for Miyashiro only a few hours after Kurusu Nodo's death, and in a way that would normally never be possible. There was no way they had given a miner's real name out in that span of time unless he had used his power.
一体どういうつもりだ？
あいつはな、知りすぎたんだよ。俺でもお前に譲歩してんだぞ。
何？
お前の力には随分助けられたからな。本来なら、
This
あいつを
feels
殺
like
さ
the
なきゃいけ
same
ないところ
dialogue,
を
but
犯人として逮捕されるくらいで終わりにしてやるっつってんだよ。
it's not letting me skip, so it can't be the same dialogue. But it feels like the same dialogue. She hated the fact that she was on the phone. Without being able to see him, she couldn't read his mind. She wanted to know what he was really thinking.
南沢千里より彼を犯人として祭り上げた方が都合が良くなっただけだろう。余計なことを知っている彼は世間に出てこなくなる。その上、自分の姉と妹を殺した主犯ということで話題性もつく。その方が力士シールに注目も集まるからな。しかも犯人として逮捕されて終わりだと。宮代拓は最初の犯行である9月7日時点ですでに18歳だ。犠牲者は7人。未成年としては犯罪史上最多。今の世論の流れなら十中八九極刑になる。そんなことを私がわからないとでも。
そんなの裁判やってみなけりゃわからねえじゃねえか。
どうせお前が捜査するんだろうが。
Sir Ika yelled into her phone, and the man started laughing again. She didn't know if it was because she had yelled or because his laughter pissed her off, but the headache got worse, which only made her even more angry.
やっぱいいな、お前は。どうだ？こっちに戻ってこねえか。お前の力は俺らにとって貴重なもんだし、頭も切れる。度胸もあるしな。
ふざけるな。彼が無事であること。これがお前に手を貸す唯一の条件だったはずだ。
相変わらずの石頭だな。
それ以外のことに私の価値などない。
Miyashiro Takeru's survival. That was the one thing she had cared about since she came into this world. Being a murderer, being an accomplice to murder, using her mind-reading powers to find psychics. She had done it all for that reason. But now...
じゃあ聞くけどよ。お前、これからどうするつもりなんだ？まさか、あいつを連れて逃げる気か？
Sir Ika managed to stop herself from speaking. He was right. She had thought it was the only way.
そんなことできるわけねえだろ。
やってみなければわからない。お前の力は確かに脅威に見えるが、委員会の末端ができることには実は限界があるんじゃないのか。
That's why he had come to her for help, right? She thought that this was her only chance to save Miyashiro.
現に彼はまだ警察にもお前の手にも渡っていない。居場所がわからないんだろう。
耳に痛えな。確かに俺は末端どころか下っ端の下っ端。中枢メンバーすら知らない雑魚だけどよ。
And then he spoke in a voice that sounded a little too deliberate. She could sense his lips curling into a smile.
試しにフリージアあたりから調べてみるかな。
She finally gave a small gasp. She had thought that that's where he was hiding too. How did he know about Frisia? When she whispered that to herself, he said,
あのな、フリージアの話なんざ何度も聞かされてる。俺があいつやノノからどれだけ信頼されてると思ってんだ。
Oh, okay, and then we're back on the skip. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what's changed, but apparently that dialogue changed somehow. It didn't feel different to me, but okay. Other than that one specific piece of dialogue, it doesn't seem to have changed anything. I mean, I got all the map thingies right? Feels a little weird. I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to have changed anything other than that one dialogue, and that one dialogue did seem... Oh, hold up, this is different. I beat this... Yeah, because we didn't say we beat the goddamn game. Did we? Maybe we did. Did we? No, I don't think we did, but then the rest of it's the same? So is it just not that different? It's just a little different? No, because there's the credits, so...
ねえ、タク。
I'm not sure what was supposed to be... Okay, no, there it is. I got the achievement. I am a right-sider, made no mistakes when putting up the data. So yeah, we did it. But apparently there wasn't really any difference. I don't know. Okay, let's on to the next one, I guess. There is one for getting the math wrong 10 times. So let's do this. 10 times. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. 4 times. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a few more just to make extra, sure. Okay, so that probably has the same ending. It's just going ahead and getting that achievement for real quick. Now on to the bad endings, or at least a bad ending. We have to specifically get this one wrong a few times. Apparently. So we'll go with this. No, that's not right. They were aliens from outer space. We're all aliens. Yep, aliens. They were aliens. I'm standing by that theory. I was just trying to lighten things up a little. I should rethink this. Okay.
タク、どうしちゃったの？
Nothing's wrong. It was aliens.
おう、あんまり無理しなくていいぞ。
いってらっしゃい。
Hmm. I felt a little better after washing my face with cold water in the bathroom. Maybe I was overthinking things earlier. Now that I had the chance to refresh myself, I should try looking at things from another angle. Suddenly, someone bumped into me from behind. They didn't hit me that hard. I had only staggered for a moment and hadn't been knocked to the ground or anything. But whoever they were, they clung to my back and didn't let go. At least apologize or something. I tried to turn around to tell them that, and I felt my back start to burn, like how a single drop of water creates ripples that spread across a pond. The heat spread across my back, and once it spread out far enough, it suddenly turned to pain. Oh no, did we just get stabbed in the back? It hurt. It hurt bad. It felt like fire. I had never felt anything like this before. Pain, 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 pain. Pain, 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 pain. Ah, pain, 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 pain. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? I couldn't even stay standing. I crumbled to the ground, unable to bear the pain. I didn't have the strength left to turn around and see who was clinging to me. I reached out to touch my back, and my uniform was wet. No, the entire back of my body, down to the top of my pants, was wet. It was like I had pissed myself. Was there anything more embarrassing than peeing your pants when you were in high school? Why was it wet? I didn't know. I couldn't remember wetting myself. I didn't feel like I had to go to the bathroom at all. I could see the dull gleam of a knife in front of me. The knife was red with blood, and then I knew I had been stabbed from behind with this knife. Stabbed? What kind of joke was that? I was at school. Why would I get stabbed at school? My body had crumpled, and it wouldn't do what I told it to do. I could only move my legs in spasms as if an amateur puppeteer was trying to control me. It felt like I had been thrown into a thick liquid. The strength was draining from my body. I was having trouble focusing. All the sounds around me faded away. I somehow managed to move my neck. Using all the strength I had, I turned around to look at the person who had collided with me. And then I felt a powerful impact on my nose. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the cold floor. They kicked me in the face. It felt like there was a lot of snot coming out of my nose, but maybe it wasn't snot. Maybe it was blood. I couldn't breathe through my nose anymore. I kept trying to snort the blood back in, but it kept pouring out. My vision started to run red. I didn't know whose voice it was. I couldn't tell. Who was it that stabbed me? What did I do to disappoint him? Someone tell me, please. No matter how much I tried to scream, no one would ever hear me now.
なぜ殺した？
こいつは力不足だったんですよ。
宮代拓を殺していいのは私と宮代拓だけだ。
でも
思い上がるな、犬だ！
And that's the bad end. We just end up getting stabbed in the back and fucking die. That's the common route bad end. Okay. Moving on to even more routes. Let's go. And now we'll start delving into the delusions. Let's see. Dooba 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 doo. Dooba doo. Okay. So, we need to do Z for positive, it looks like. So let's start going on. Fair warning, if it's like the first game, most of the positive delusions are very horny. Just fair warning, guys. We're about to get a little pervy in here. Probably.
でも告白してくれたのがタクだったらちょっとだけ考えちゃうかもしれない。
Sir Ika's whisper was so soft I could barely hear it.
今なんて言った？
なんでも。
No, I didn't hear that wrong. Was Cool Cat right after all? No, wait. It's Sarika we're talking about here. Is that possible? Usually when you've known someone since you were little, you're so close that you don't realize when they are attracted to you.
お前、僕のこと。
タクはどうなの？
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my
だから
friends.
例えば
Hydrate."
だけど受け止めてくれるのかって話。
She was trying to hide the fact that she was blushing, but she was staring straight at me as she waited for an answer. Was she serious? From the look of things, she was definitely serious. Really? Sarika liked me. I suddenly started to see her not as a childhood friend, but as a member of the opposite sex. Dating her might not be so bad. We both knew everything about each other. But what was I supposed to do at a time like this? Was there anything about this in Cool Cat Press? That's right. There was a hint in the January 24th, 1999 edition from a column called Everything You Wanted to Know About Seducing Your Childhood Friend, but Were Afraid to Ask. It was, how would you like your childhood friend to say they loved you? 3. Softly in a love letter, -5 people. 2. In an embarrassing text message, 17 people. Work up the courage and kiss me now, 128 people. Work up the courage and kiss me now.
尾上。いや、セリカ。
I got close to Sarika and softly put my hands on her shoulders. Our faces were right next to one another. Sarika was beet red, but she didn't look away from me.
僕は優しい男だから。
Yep.
大切にしてやるから。
Oh my. I'll be gentle. I'll take good care of you.
ダメだよ。だって
Sarika's lips were quivering.
お前の唇が欲しい。
Sarika closed her eyes. Oh no way, Sarika, my beloved. Why did I not notice your beauty sooner when you were next to me all this time? I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? No, I've already fallen in love with you.
タクキスして私の唇を奪って
She whispered in a quavering voice, and I couldn't control myself any longer.
セリカ
500円ちょうだい
Yep, it's probably going to be like the first game. The positive delusions are probably going to be a bit pervy at the very least. She wanted 500 yen for a kiss. Just 500 yen. No, wait, calm down. Get a hold of yourself. This is just a simulation. This isn't what would happen in real life. It couldn't. Sarita wasn't that type of girl. I took a deep breath to calm my heart.
500円って何の話？
Okay. And then we have to wait for the next illusion. Okay, here we go. And what was it, Brett? It was Z for the positive
どう
delusion,
でも
right?
いいよ。
Z? Okay.
ねえねえ宮代
え？
このゲロカエルンの着ぐるみさちょっと着てみてくんないかケロン
悪いな、俺たち今忙しいんだ。
あ、いや、いいよ。着るよ。
は？
アンガと宮代あんたならサイズぴったりかなって作ってる時から思ってたんだ
I managed to get the costume on without much trouble. I slipped the top part over my head. It was pretty hot inside, and since I could barely see anything, it felt really claustrophobic.
ど
ぴったりちょっと喋ってみ
う？ゲロカエルンだ、ゲロ。
かわいいギューってしてあげる
And then I felt something soft pressed against my arm.
ゲロカエルンも私のことギューってして
Really? I slipped my arm around her like she asked me to.
やんお尻触んないのゲロカエルンのエッチ
Hadn't I read something once about how you could hug all the girls you wanted if you put on a costume? At the time, I had thought it was a bunch of crap. Did it really work? I was having the time of my life when...
おーゲロカエルンできたのかわいい私もムギュってしたいあーずるい私もダメゲロカエルンは私だけのものなんだからだったら私たち全員で一斉に抱きついちゃうってのはあ、それいいかもまあいっかいいよねゲロカエルンじゃあ行くよせーのゲロカエルン大好き
I thought about telling Ito about this, but knowing what a skirt chaser he was, he might actually take it seriously and really try to put the costume on. It was probably better not to tell him. I wouldn't want to see him sued for sexual harassment, if he hasn't been already. I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I grabbed her to keep her from falling.
気をつけろよ。
Her hair flew up and tickled my nose. It smelled good, and her body was very soft. Extremely soft, in fact. It felt kind of squeezable. What was I touching? Was any part of a person's body this soft? No, at least nothing on a man's body was. Which meant, what was this softness?
宮代、お前とんでもない勇者だな。こんな大勢の前で堂々と女帝のおっぱいをもみもみするなんて。
Boobs.
あ、いや、これは事故だ。事故なんだ。
If that ever actually happened, she would kill me for sure. Just thinking about it made my blood run cold. And that's how you get to another murder ending. Okay.
宮代。
I happened to glance down at Kawahara-kun's belt. The fastener seemed to be broken. That gave me an idea. I yanked down on his pants as hard as I could. Just like I thought, they came straight off. His underwear was plainly visible.
白ブリーフかよ。うわー！宮代、お前何するんだ。
君があんまりうるさいから。
ふざけるな。
川原くん、いいから早く吐きなさい。みっともないでしょ。
みっともないってそんな。
ほら、みんな見てる。
あ。
All the students around us were staring at him and laughing. His face quickly turned red.
ひどい。ひどすぎる。
He pulled up his pants and ran away with tears in his eyes. He looked absolutely miserable. Just imagining that made me feel better. I would never do something so childish in real life, though. Yanking down someone's pants if they tipped you off was the kind of thing a third grader would do. I was above that. I knew that the best way to deal with someone like Kawahara-kun was just to ignore them. Kind of surprised there wasn't a positive delusion there, really, but... Or maybe this is the one associated with that? It just took a second longer? Probably. Oh yeah, it is, okay. Yeah, here we go. But realistically, the chances of anything like that happening again were near zero. The wind wasn't especially strong that today, so if I ever wanted to see my pure white goddess again, I needed the help of something other than the wind. The hell? This is interesting. Do I need to press Z again? Is there a delusion in the delusion? Nani? There's a delusion in the delusion. For example, let's say that for some reason the pencil holder on the desk fell to the ground. Kurusu would complain a little, but she would bend over and start picking up the pins on the floor. I would help, of course. I would bend over like she did, but since we were both at eye level to each other, There was no way I would get to see anything. If I did have a chance, it would be when she stood up. When that happened, I could watch her stand up, acting as natural as possible. Since I was bent over, I would naturally be lower than her. Maybe then I would see my goddess once more. A delusion in a delusion. Well, that is new. And then Ito moved to turn on the printer, and his hand knocked my camera off the desk. I watched in shock as the camera fell toward the floor, as if in slow motion. Again. Instead of 2 strokes of good luck, I had been given 2 strokes of bad. The first time the camera had survived, but I might not be so lucky this time. So my body moved without thinking. I flung myself forward and stretched out my hand toward the falling camera. That thing's expensive. I'm not letting it fall twice. The camera fell right into my outstretched hand. Yes, nice catch. I couldn't believe it, but I was going too fast to stop. I slid headfirst along the floor. Kurusu ran over to me. And then a miracle occurred. I was lying on my back, and I looked up toward the ceiling. At the same time, Kurusu bent over to help me up. And since she was in a hurry, she didn't take the time to hold down her skirt. Whoop-a-doop. So I saw her. It wasn't as clear as before, but I got a quick glimpse of my pure white goddess, and from a much closer distance than before, and at a lower angle.
タクル、どこ見てるのよ、もう。バカなんだから。
No way. Kurusu wasn't the type to be cute when she was embarrassed. She would probably get another scary look on her face and start choking me and demanding to know what I was looking at. No way. That was never going to happen. It was wrong to hope for another encounter with my white goddess. It would only end in tragedy and pain. If I got slapped for peeping at the student council president's panties, it would damage my reputation at school. I gritted my teeth and tried to stop my gaze from wandering down to her skirt.
ほら、カズキ、まだ手赤いわ。もっとさすってあげるから。
Kazuki obediently walked toward Kurusu. Kurusu took her hands and rubbed them gently, like a mother would.
痛かったでしょ？どうしてそんな無茶をするの？どう？まだ痛い？痛いの痛いの飛んでけー。カズキどうしたの？急に抱きついて。まあ甘えん坊さんなんだから。あ、もしかして私がしばらく部室に来られなかったから寂しかったの？じゃあわからないわ。ほら、私の目を見てちゃんと答えてね。寂しかったんでしょ？違う？照れちゃって可愛いのね。 ごめんね、寂しい思いさせて。でも安心して、今日はずっと和樹と一緒にいてあげるから。うん。私もあなたと一緒にいられて嬉しい。手の痛みはもう引いた？まだ？じゃあとっておきのおまじない。
Kazuki watched with a look of ecstasy in her eyes as Kurusu softly kissed her fingers. It felt like I was seeing something I shouldn't, so I looked away.
和樹の指、細くてとっても綺麗。うん。
おい、何ぼんやりしてるんだ？宮代？
いや、別に。
I chased the stupid idea out of my mind. Kurusu was nice to everyone, even girls like Kazuki who couldn't communicate with others. Of course, in reality, Kurusu and Kazuki had never done anything like that, and they never would. And then suddenly the door opened. We didn't expect anyone to open it, so both Sarika and I froze. And then they came out.
あら、坊やたちが次のお客さんかしら。
It was a voluptuous woman with long hair, and she was completely naked. And not only that, her body was as nice as any you would see in a magazine. Wait, didn't she look a lot like a model or actress I saw on TV?
タク、見ちゃダメ。かわいいお客さんね。入って。
あ、いえ。
そういうんじゃないんで。いいのよ。お嬢さんも一緒でも。
In other words, what exactly?
すっごく気持ちよくさせてあげる。だからおいで。タク、どうしよ
う。お前、なんでちょっと入る気になってるんだ？
だって。
Sir Ika's face was red with embarrassment. She whispered softly.
気持ちよくなりたいし。
Oh my.
そんな状況じゃないだろ。
Something was wrong with me.
そんな状況って？
Damn it. I said what I was thinking out loud.
いや、なんでもない。
Sir Ika was still knocking on the door to room 306, but no one was answering.
警察もいないし、この階じゃないのかもな。
I just heard a knock at the door, right? I couldn't believe it, but I had forgotten to lock the door. I froze as it swung open from the outside. Someone was here. Who? I knew two people who had come in without waiting for an answer, but was it okay for me to just stand here? I gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. Poking through the gap in the door was...
タク
someone I knew well.
よかった起きてた
Relieved, I staggered over and sat down on the bed. That hadn't done my heart any favors. For some reason, Sariko was still standing at the entrance, fidgeting. She didn't try to come any further in.
どうした？こんな時間に女の子一人でここに来るのはあんまり良くないと思う。
I didn't think of any of the homeless in the park were bad people, but someone who was strapped for cash might attack her. Especially after what I had seen. I felt like I was going to start imagining things I didn't want to visualize.
タクは大丈夫？
何が？
昨日あんなことがあったから。
Honestly, not really. Is Sarika going through the same thing?
家に一人でいると昨日のこと思い出しちゃうんだ。それで怖くなって眠れなくて。
尾上。
ねえ、私一人でいるのやだな。今日だけでいいから泊まらせてくんない？
I knew exactly how she felt. Just having someone you knew next to you was enough to make you feel a lot better. Take me, for example. Having Sarika here was letting me relax a little already.
いいよ。
I figured I would just sleep on the floor.
ありがとう。
Sarika must have felt very relieved when she heard my response, because she looked like she was about to cry. She sat down right next to me on the bed. Oh, why was she sitting next to me? There were other places to sit, but when I looked closer, I saw that her shoulders were shaking a little.
昨日のことが頭の中に焼き付いてて。
尾上。
It was natural, I supposed. Sarika was a girl, and she was younger than me. Seeing something like that must have been a huge shock to her. It was my fault for getting her caught up in this. As I started thinking about that, she put her head up against my shoulder.
タク、一緒にいて。お願い。
尾上はもっとずぶといだろ。
Of course, in reality, Sarika would never let me see her being that vulnerable, and she would never actually come to visit. Was she okay even if she wasn't? Maybe she was just fine. She was probably just dense. Yeah. I was really sensitive in comparison, so in a sense I was jealous of her. I sighed a little and locked the door. Okie dokie. And then some information I had found before flashed across my mind. Of course, it was from Cool Cat Press. I had read about it in a certain special they had run. If you put eye drops into a beer, it will make a girl feel aroused. At the time, I hadn't believed it. In another issue, they had said that if you put eye drops in soda, it would make a girl go to sleep. Adding eye drops into a drink would create unusual side effects. I had heard a rumor that was just an urban legend, though. But what would happen if you put eye drops into a cat Kanto? There was a stupid teenage girl who didn't even know what a cat Kanto was right in front of me. Should I try it? I prepared 2 cups like it was the most natural thing in the world and poured out the cat Kanto I had made. Then, taking special care that Sarika wouldn't see me, I added a few drops of eye drop medicine from my shelf into her drink.
はい。
I gave her the cup, acting very
ありがと
naturally.
う。
She took a drink without suspecting a thing. I gulped as I watched her.
何？どうかした？
いや、
これまずい。薬みたい。
漢方薬だからな。
With added eye drops to be precise, I decided to watch and see what would happen.
っていうか、なんだか。
ん？
この部屋、暑くない？
Sarika's cheeks seemed a little pink, and she seemed to be kind of spacing out. Was it starting to work already? I didn't expect it to work so fast.
ねえ、タク。なんか私、すっごく変な感じなんだけど。
Her breathing was getting shallower. She was fidgeting and rubbing her thighs together. She was clearly behaving differently than she usually did. Way to go, Cool Cat Press.
ちょっとトイレ借りる。
トイレ？何する気だ？
それは内緒。
内緒ってお前大丈夫なのか？なあ、トイレで何をするつもりだよ？
いけないことだよ。
は？
言わせないでよ、バカ。
そうか。
I gulped.
別にトイレ行くのはいいけど、あんまり長いこと入ってるんじゃないぞ。
別にトイレ行きたくないけど。
え？
Sarika was looking at me surprised. Her cheeks weren't flushed, and her expression was
どうした
normal.
の急に。
いや、別に。
I desperately tried to recover as I drank my own cat Kanto. I hadn't found any eye drops on the shelf, so I had given up on the experiment. Sarika complained about the taste, but swallowed it down anyway.
それにしてもゲンさんいい人だよね。好きだな私。
Unless we could win her over, we weren't going to be able to continue with the case.
よし、これから賄賂を買いに行こ 尾上、クルスが好きなスイーツ店の上位3つを教えてくれ。
オッケー。買いに行くなら私も行きたい。
She was clearly intending to buy something for herself. Well, that was fine. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It was time for the mission to begin.
というわけで、これ、クルスにプレゼント。
I knew that Kurusu was staying late after school to get ready for the festival. I handed her the present I had just bought. Sir Ika had told me about a pancake place near Shibuya Station. It was a popular store that always had a line of girls outside. I heard it was one of the few places where you could get pancakes for takeout, so I quickly chose it. Standing in line with girls for an hour was almost torture, but I somehow managed to do it.
これってエッグスンサンクスのパンケーキ？
そうだけど。
あそこいつも並んでいるからなかなか手に入らないのに。
Her eyes were sparkling like a little girl's. It wasn't an expression I was used to seeing from her.
私にくれるの？本当に？
うん。いつも迷惑かけてるし。
タクルがこういうプレゼントをくれるなんて珍しいね。ありがとう。すごく嬉しい。
あ、うん。
After seeing how happy she was, I couldn't tell her that I was trying to bribe her.
あれおかしいな。
え、なんで？
Why is she crying?
ごめんね。こんな幸せあるんだなって思って。変だよね。こんなことで泣いちゃうなんて。でも本当に嬉しかったの。ありがとうね、タクル。よかったら半分こしない？いいでしょ？
I was satisfied with the results of my simulation. This might work. Okay, and then we have to do the map again. Don't Look was this one. And then the group dive was this one. And then audio bleed was this one. And man-child. And then the Love Hotel right here. And then this one. Yep. And then Cruise of Fiction. There we go. I am bad with names. I am bad with names. Can't we see? No, there's no profile, is there? I am not good with names. I need to be better with names, but I'm not good with names. especially if it's a name that they don't keep using. Okay, yeah, that's Hinae. Although I keep referring to as Arimura, so I don't know why this would be Hinae, but yes, that is Hinae. Okay. Right. Yes. Okay. Double checking. Okay. Okay. So we need to save here. I'll put the save here. That should be fine. Okay. Then positive delusion. Okay.
はじめまして。
That should be about
私、クル
right.
スノノの妹です。
The girl suddenly smiled and bowed.
妹
Oh wait, maybe not.
嘘だ。クルスに妹がいるなんて話聞いたことが。
渋谷地震の時に生き別れになっていたの。私自身、妹はもう死んじゃったんだって諦めていたんだけど、まさかこうして再会できるなんて、本当に奇跡ってあるのね。
There were tears in Kurusu's eyes. Then this girl really was her little sister. I was still having trouble believing it as the girl walked right up to me.
あなたが宮代拓さんですか？
うん、そうだけど。
How does she know my name?
じゃあ、私にとってはお兄ちゃんですね。
なんだと？
そうなの？だってタクルさんはお姉ちゃんにとって弟同然なんでしょ？
What the hell? That doesn't make any sense at all. I looked to Kurusu for help.
タクル、仲良くしてあげて。よろしくお願いします、お兄ちゃん。
And all of a sudden, I had a little sister. Things around here were about to get a lot more complicated. No way, not a chance in hell. There was no way this girl was Kurusu's little sister. Not that I had any idea what she was doing here. And then she smiled.
気になります？
そりゃ。
Just as I spoke. Oh, thank you very much for the head pats, Mora. Thank you. I was a little slow in noticing that, I think, but thank you for the head pats. Just as I spoke, she leaned over and whispered in my ear.
だったら、今度二人で一緒に行きましょう。
え？
何？なんて言ったの？私と宮代先輩だけの秘密です。
I considered that as a possibility, but quickly abandoned it. I couldn't imagine her doing something like that after what I had seen at the hotel. Something much worse was going on there. Oh, love this part every time. Probably one of the creepiest parts of the game, if I'm being honest, right here. Chapter 2 Sumo Sticker. And we get to see the creepy scene again. Okay, positive delusion.
焼きそばと酒おにぎりとクリームパンとチョココロネとアンパンとグレープフルーツが私。
相変わらず燃費悪いな。女子だろ？
女子だよ。
Don't make that why are you asking face at me. Sarika grabbed the clean bread off the massive pile of food in front of her.
お腹すいた。いただきます。
She chomped down on the bread. She focused only on devouring her meal and ignored what everyone around her might be thinking. Was she really a girl? I always worried a little watching her. She should think a little more about how she looked to others. She had chomped down so hard that the cream inside the bread flew out and stuck to the edge of her lip.
口にクリームついちゃった。
Ito's demeanor suddenly changed.
ベトベト。
Instead of wiping it away, she kept eating her bread. With every bite she took, her lips got dirtier and dirtier.
でも、美味しい。
Such a dirty little girl. Strangely, I found myself unable to look away. Why was I staring at her mouth like this? Come to think of it, I had never really stared at someone's mouth when they were eating, especially a girl's. Her plump lips and the way her pink tongue darted around her mouth as she licked away the white cream seemed strangely arousing. Oh my.
ねえ、タクもしんちゃんも私のことじーっと見てるけど、どうかした？
あ、いや、別に。
Both Ito and I looked away. Why did I feel a little excited?
そんなことよりお前、その口さっさと拭けよ。
じゃあ、タク、舐めて。
は？
Sir Ika grinned a little and then walked right in front of me and brought her head close.
私の口にべったりついたこの白いクリーム、タクの舌で舐めてきれいにしてほしいな。甘くて美味しいよ。だからね、お願い。
やめろよ。
キスするわけじゃないんだし、これぐらいいいじゃん。
Her soft lips were right in front of me. They smelled like cream. She said it wasn't a kiss, but wouldn't licking it away be naughtier than a kiss?
じゃあ俺が代わりに。おい、お前がいいって言ってるんだから止めるなよ。
You bastard. When I imagined him licking Sarika's lips, I felt really annoyed. I even felt like I was going to throw up.
やめろ。
I offered her a tissue.
早く拭けって。
タク。
なんだよ。ノリ悪いな。
Shut up. What was going on here? This was like one of those sex circles I sometimes read about in Cool Cat Press. This wasn't the Hecky Ho, putting the Ho in Hecky Ho, Academy Newspaper Club.
タク、ごめん。そんなに嫌だった？それなら。
Sarika scraped the cream off her lips with her finger.
私が舐めさせてあげる。
She jammed her finger into my mouth. It was so sudden that it scared me a little, but I licked the cream off her finger without thinking. The taste of sweet cream spread throughout my mouth.
おいしい？
She pulled her finger out of my mouth, and then she stared at it. Then she glanced at me and grinned.
タクのよだれでべちょべちょ。
Where did I get that from? Sarika wasn't that sexy to begin with. Well, that was more perverted than sexy. Were men just really vulnerable to girls like that? Was I? But as for Sarika, as I watched her happily chow down on her clean bread, I decided the chances of her ever turning into a brain-dead pervert like the one I had just imagined were near zero. Sarika was still a little girl. She had probably never even fallen in love. I felt a little superior.
なあ、尾上。副部長は来ないのか？
Sarika tilted her head a little in confusion. Her hand stopped just before she grabbed her salmon rice ball. Wait, who the hell eats a salmon rice ball after they've eaten cream bread? Okay, video uploaded inside of Love Hotel was this one. Long distance shot of the Don't Look case. Close-up footage of the telephone pole. Long range. Revolving dead. Okay.
それで今日はどんな事件です？
Case. What was going on?
ヒカリオのホールで明日から行われる宝石店に予告状が届けられた。
まさか怪盗ロマンギーガー？
ああ。
What? I couldn't follow the conversation at all.
今回ばかりは取り逃がすわけにはいかない。
まったく、人の予定も考えずに犯罪予告出さないでほしいですよね。
頼む、君の力を貸してくれ。
こないだラブホテルでひどい目に遭ったばかりなのに、人使いが荒いことで。
すまないとは思っている。だが俺たちだけではどうすることも。
しょうがないな。今度とびきり美味しいロールキャベツをご馳走してください。それで手を打ちます。
ロールキャベツ？まあそれぐらいならいくらでもお安いご用だが。
よろしく。
If they're like the cabbage rolls I'm thinking of, I certainly wouldn't say no to some cabbage rolls. Those can be very tasty. Arimura-san took the suitcase he offered her and got in the back seat of his car. The door closed shut, but the detective was still standing next to the car. The back seat windows were heavily tinted, and I couldn't see inside. The car was shaking a little.
中で何してるのかな。
いかがわしいこと？
Maybe there was some nasty old politician inside the car, and he was pawing all over Arimura-san. The thought made me a little sick.
でもあの男の人は刑事さんだよね。
刑事だからって全員が正義の人だとは限らない。
Maybe he was threatening Arimura-san and forcing her to do bad things to make money. I gulped and tried my best not to throw up. 5 minutes passed as I stood there and watched. The detective stood there the whole time. And then the back seat opened. When we saw how Arimura-san was dressed, both Sarika and I fell silent.
じゃーん！お待たせしました。
What the heck? Was she cosplaying a naughty policewoman? Her uniform came complete with a mini-skirt, so she had been changing clothes in the backseat of the car.
今日も決まってるな、ミニスカ捜査官有村ひなえ君。
お褒めいただきありがとうございます。それじゃ張り切って現場に乗り込みましょう。タク。
Sarika shook my shoulder. She was blinking rapidly in confusion.
有村さん、なんであんな格好を？
なんてって言われても。そうか、わかったぞ。有村さんは普段は女子高生だけど、それは仮の姿だったんだ。その正体は女子高生ミニスカ捜査官。重大事件の時にだけ招集され、犯人を華麗に捕まえるんだ。有村さんにあんな秘密があったなんて、これは大スクープだぞ。新聞部ですっぱ抜こう。
ミニスカ？タク、何言ってんの？
Stream elements.
I suddenly realized that Sarika was looking at me in confusion.
Hydrate.
I quickly looked around. Of course, Arimura-san wasn't wearing a miniskirt uniform. She seemed to be talking about something serious with the detective. Did I just say that out loud? Oh no, that's embarrassing. My face was burning.
冗談だよ。
あんまりたくらしい冗談じゃなかったな。それとも実はそういう趣味だったとか？
違う。
本当に？本当にミニスカ捜査官が趣味じゃない？
そんなことより有村さんと刑事の関係を避けらないと。
Sir Ika was looking at me with cold eyes, but I quickly turned my attention to Ariura-san's conversation. I still felt sick.
サムネイルは飛ばしてくれ。
オッケー。私もやだもん。
She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through just the comments. There were a lot of different types of comments. Some were claiming that Watabe had ripped us off. Some of them were saying all kinds of horrible things about us. Very few of them were discussing the actual video. These weren't the comments I was interested in.
あ、メール来た。
メール？
That was the sound the PC made when it got an incoming email. The email address it used was for the newspaper club. Ito and I had a joint account we used to upload videos onto Nikoniya, and the email address was written on our profile page. Normal users never bothered to check out a profile page, so we almost never got any email. Sir Ika opened the email program on the computer. There was a single new email.
メールより動画だろ。
このタイミングだし、タレコミ情報かもしれない。
タレコミって何の？
それはだから、動画に関連した何かの。
Ito seemed unsatisfied, but it would only take a minute to check out the email. I asked Sir Ika to open it.
これって。
なんだよ。
読むね。こんにちは。渋谷ニューズの管理人、ケイです。
ケイ
Kei-san got in touch with us. Yes, now I'm excited.
あなたの作成した動画、とても興味深くて、昨日の私の番組で取り上げさせてもらいました。よければ連絡先を交換しませんか？素晴らしい発見をしたあなたとぜひお近づきになりたいの。今度直接会ってお話をさせてください。
Get to know me better. Meet me in person. I gulped. Kei-san had recognized our work. There could be no greater honor.
本物なのか？
ケイさんを語って連絡してくる意味がない。
And the address matched the one used by Shibuya News.
まだ続きあるよ。私の自撮り画像を添付します。あなたの写真を返信してくれると嬉しいです。
自撮り画像
Kei-san had never put a picture of her face up on Shibuya News. Her broadcast was always voice only. Of course, I had heard her voice, but I had never seen her face. In my mind, I pictured her as a highly intelligent girl. And she had sent a picture of her face.
ウイルスが仕込まれてるんじゃ。
Why is Ito so suspicious of everything? Kei-san wants to get in touch with us. Would it kill you to be a little more excited?
ケイさんはそんなことしないだろ。
I would believe in Kei-san. I wanted to believe.
お前、渋谷ニュースの信者だもんな。好きにしろ。
信者じゃないけど、ファンなのは確かだ。尾上、添付ファイルを開いてみてくれ。
OK。
This was my chance to see Kei-san. I couldn't wait. I felt like I was meeting my future bride. Sarika moved the mouse and opened the attached file, and what appeared was...
エロいな。
No, no, no.
ケイさんはそんな軽薄な人間じゃないし。
おい、宮代。何ブツブツ言ってるんだ？ちゃんと見てるのか？
え？
Ito and Sarika were looking at each of the comments on the video. Sarika flipped past any points where the sumo sticker appeared and just scrolled through the comments. Now isn't the time to be getting weird ideas.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよ。こっちの方が本当に早いの。マスゴミ被害者はこちらです。
そこら辺の議論はどうでもいいな。シールで検索かけてくれ。
オッケー。
ろくな情報がないな。
One guy was calling it the Fatso sticker. Another was saying sumo sticker is my waifu. Sarika sighed a little and slowly stood up.
あのさ、ちょっと相談があるんだけど。
相談？
What was this about? Sarika seemed really uneasy.
さっき遺跡ぶった話あったでしょ？
ああ、うん。
私言ったよね。私たち2人だからトイレできないじゃんって。
言った。それが？
やっぱりなんでもない。
Sarika's head dropped. For some reason, she looked like she was about to cry. She was clutching the hem of her skirt tightly and shaking a little.
どうしたんだよ。
なんでもないって。
だってなんか泣きそうな顔してるじゃないか。
Finally, she started to bite her lip as if she was trying to endure something. She was acting really weird. Sarika normally didn't behave this way.
どうしたんだ言ってくれないとわからない。
Sarika just shook her head from left to right. She wasn't even looking at me anymore. What was going on? I didn't understand it at all. I had never seen her like this before. Until just a moment ago, we were having a normal conversation. I grabbed her shoulder and peered into her eyes.
言ってくれ。長い付き合いだろ。僕を信用できないのか。
She shook her head even faster, and at last she started to cry. I looked closer and saw that her cheeks were flushed red.
何がダメなんだ。
お願い、タク。あっち向いてて。
And then Sarika's body shook violently just once. Until a moment ago, she had seemed to be suffering, but now she looked relieved and relaxed.
何なんだよ。
I suddenly looked down. She was still holding her skirt hem tightly, and there was a puddle at her feet.
Huh?
Not only that, her long knee socks were soaking wet. Was this...
まさかお前。
見ないで。
Sarika begged me in a quiet voice.
こっち見ないで。
I could smell a faint whiff of ammonia. It was obvious now what had happened.
なんでお前言わないんだよ。なんでこうなるまで我慢してたんだよ。
二人いたらトイレできないじゃん。タクがいるのに目の前でできるわけないじゃん。
If that happened, I wouldn't know how to react. But Sarika and I were in a situation where that could happen at any minute. Maybe it was time to go home after all, as that stupid idea crossed my mind.
わかったよ。しょうがないからついてってやる。
No way. Did Kazuki just grin? That was something you almost never saw.
それでどこへ行くんだ？
I faintly hoped that something incredible was about to happen. Kazuki grabbed my sleeve and started walking. She took me up to the roof of the school.
Help me.
I suddenly heard a girl's voice. I looked around, but only the two of us were there.
なんだ、ただの空耳か。
Help me.
No, I wasn't imagining it. I really did hear it. I looked around again, but there was nobody there except for me and Kazuki, and there was no place for anyone to hide, which meant...
もしかして、今の、和樹、お前か？
うん。
お前喋れたのか？
No, I mean, of course she can talk, but it was just really surprising, okay?
でもどうしていきなり。
Help me, タクル、宮代。You are my only hope.
は？
Why was she speaking English? Could Kazuki maybe not speak Japanese? Maybe she had grown up outside of the country. Maybe that's why she never talked. But her English didn't seem very good. And then suddenly, a loud fanfare played. Where was that sound coming from? As I looked around frantically, giant words appeared in the sky and started to scroll. A long time ago, in a galaxy... Oh my god. I can't read that from here, and it was moving too fast for me to read it, so if you guys want to read whatever that was, you feel free to pause it or something. AR, or projection mapping. Ooh, a new tip. Projection mapping, a general term for technology that displays images on an object or a space rather than a flat surface. Images can be projection mapped onto anything, such as human bodies, trees, or paintings, but it is especially common to projection map onto a building. The use of projection mapping on buildings at city stations and tourist sites is becoming more and more popular both inside and outside Japan. Kazuki's expression didn't change at all.
私の本名はカーズキー・ハンナ。カーズキー大聖団帝国である銀河帝王ルドルフ15世の第8王女です。助けてください。ちなみにあなたは私の双子の兄です。あと最終的にあなたは生き別れの実の父親と戦うことになります。まあつまりルドルフ15世のことですが。というわけで助けてください。
というわけでとか言われてもな、ダイジェストで説明されても困る。
さあ行きましょう。
どこへ？
あの星の彼方へ。
Did some part of me want to put on a Spark Wars play at the Culture Festival or something? Spark Wars, a Hollywood movie franchise whose first entry released in 1977, yet still has an active fan base to this very day. Spark Wars, Very important to make that distinction there. Is a space opera composed of 6 episodes, but it was revealed that it was originally planned to be a 9-episode series. The innovative special effects used to bring its vast universe to life are still highly regarded, even many years later. That surprised even me, but Spark Wars was too old for a high school kid to use in a play. I considered this as I walked, and the next thing I knew, I was in the courtyard. No, no, definitely not. No way.
ほら和樹、とにかくそこどいて。
Wait a second. Was that my voice?
変だな。なんか喉の調子が。
What's going on here? I knew it. Those were definitely my words, which meant that my voice has turned into a girl's. No, that's not right. Then why? Why am I staring at my own face? Maybe.
僕と和樹の中身が入れ替わった？嘘だ。そんなバカなことがあるわけが。
But I fearfully touched my chest. The sensation I felt was an unfamiliar one. Wait a second. This feeling is...
なんだろう、想像していたよりもずっと硬いぞ。硬すぎる。アニメなんかでボヨンボヨンと揺れている表現があるから、まるでマシュマロみたいに柔らかいのかと思っていたけれど。いや、待って、違う。そうじゃない。そうか、これはブラジャーをしているからか。
I hadn't considered that.
つまりブラを取ればもっと柔らかい本体が出現するということになるな。でもブラのホックを外すなんて女子と付き合った経験のない男子にとっては難関中の難関だ。自分の背中にあるホックなんてどうやって外してるんだ。
But then I realized there was no need to go through all the trouble of undoing the hook.
そうか、ブラそのものを上にずらせばそれでいいじゃないか。
I gulped a little as I yanked the bra up from over my uniform. I could feel their contents being released from the pressure.
おお、これはすごい。
I jumped a little and they shook. It was exactly like an anime. So that wasn't an exaggeration.
というか、和樹ってもしかして。いや、もしかしなくても、むちゃくちゃ胸が大きいぞ。
She was definitely the owner of a giant rack. As a guy, the idea of having globs of fat hanging off your chest was a very strange one. Maybe that was the reason why my shoulders felt a little stiff. So it was also true that girls with large breasts had stiff shoulders. I mean, that's just physics. That just makes sense. Anyway, my breasts, that is to say Kazuki's, were currently not covered by a bra. I wanted to see. I had to see. Were these two twin males as soft as I had imagined them to be? I couldn't fight the overwhelming sense of curiosity. I brought my hands up to my chest like it was the most natural thing in the world, and softly cupped my own breasts.
すごい。こんな。
And then I, or more precisely, probably Kazuki, who was in my body, ran up to me. She had tears in her eyes, and was glaring at me.
バカ変態
I felt a powerful impact on my face, and my vision went black. Wait, was that a manga, an anime, or a novel, or something else? I never thought I was into gender bending stuff. Gender bending, in this context, is a term encompassing a broad range of media that deals with characters who change sex. But that got me a little excited. Maybe it was a bad idea to stay like this.
Yeah.
Okay, doop. Oh, wait a second. Shit. Oh, good. Okay, so I can change it. Okay, good. We need to save here. Chapter 3, School Festival, and we are with Onoe. So we need to... Yeah, we need to... Okay, do positive.
宮代先輩っていい声してますよね。
そうですか。
No one had ever told me that before.
実は私、昔から声フェチなんですよ。
That was really none of my business.
宮代先輩の声って十分腐女子の干渉に耐えられるクオリティだと思うんです。
Quality?
そうかな。
マニアックな私が言うんですから、そうですって。というわけで先輩、今からここで私のためだけに朗読してください。
朗読ですか。
はい、文芸部の活動の一環でもあるんですけど、宮代先輩にぜひとも。
It was hard to say no after all those compliments.
何を読めばいいんですか。
ですねそれは
Blushing, she took out a notebook.
じゃじゃーん、これを。
It looked like a normal student's notebook. There was nothing on the cover. I flipped it open. I was only on the first page, and I was already looking at a whole different world. Two pretty boys, drawn in the style of a girl's manga, were holding each other, mostly naked. Oh Lord. It was drawn in pencil, and the illustration wasn't that great. And there was even a dialogue bubble. Pierce me with your Excalibur.
これは
I don't understand. Did Arimura-san draw this?
これ、私が文芸部で本を作る時用のネタ帳なんですけどね。やっぱ実際に男子に声に出してもらった方がイメージ湧くでしょ。
いや、そんなの僕には。
お願いします。
無理です。
どうしてもダメですか？ 私こんなこと他に頼める男子がいなくて。女子の友達は多いんですけどね、男子ってちょっと苦手だったりしちゃったり。でも先輩が嫌なら無理強いはできないですよね。
有村さん。
If she was really relying on me, I couldn't turn her down.
わかりました。少しだけなら。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
She smiled happily. Now that I had actually talked to her, I realized she was a strange person, but not a bad one.
で、どこを読めば？
最初からおなしゃす。
最初から？
She wanted me to read this aloud.
感情たっぷりにおなしゃす。エロい感じでおなしゃす。
Could I do that? I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Arimura-san was looking at me with stars in her eyes. It was embarrassing. I couldn't tell her to look away. I guess I would just have to do it.
そのまま僕に突き刺して。君のエクスカリバー。
Arimura-san's face went bright red. She started to pant, snort, and then she started headbanging. Headbanging, the act of violently shaking one's head up and down, usually seen at a rock concert. It's definitely not something you see people doing by themselves during their daily lives, unless they've got Tourette's or some sort of seizure issues. This was tougher than I thought. Mentally, I didn't know if I could do it. I wanted to get away as soon as possible.
もういいよね。
ちょっと待って。次のページもお願いできませんか？
The next page. I flipped the page. There was a similar picture and dialogue bubble.
お前のアイスキャンディー、俺の中でとろけさせてくれよ。
Ara. Yes, what?
次お願いします。
I give up.
やめろよ。この鬼畜巨根野郎。
Oh, they're just not even trying right now. Arimura-san had a look of ecstasy on her face. Her eyes looked like she was on drugs.
先輩、最高です。最高にエロいっす。私、もう。
And then her whole body started to spasm. A bit of drool was dripping out of the side of her mouth, but she didn't try to wipe it up.
こんな興奮したの初めてっす。先輩、これから定期的に朗読会やってもらえませんか？次は攻めの方のバージョンも聞いてみたいんです。それと今度は文芸部の同じ趣味を持つ人たちも連れてきます。大丈夫、みんな女子っすから、きっとみんな先輩の声にメロメロになりますからね。いいでしょ？いいですよね。
And that was how my career as a voice actor in gay porn for girls began. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Make sure you get paid. If that happened, I would kill myself. But if that was her only secret, that would be fine. Well, maybe not fine, but it felt like the real Arimura-san was hiding something more dangerous. That was probably why she had brought me here. In other words,
花ちゃんって胸大きいね。花ちゃん息荒いよ。ね、キスしていい？しちゃうもんね。興奮してるの？かわいい。私も興奮してきちゃった。ねえ花ちゃん、私のも触って。気持ちいい。そう、私の胸ドキドキしてるの感じる？
I couldn't take it anymore and gulped loudly. Kazuki and Sarika suddenly stopped whispering. Oh no, they heard me.
ねえ花ちゃん、タクが私たちの声盗み聞きしてるよ。
No, you're right next to me. I can't help it. I wanted to say that, but I couldn't speak. If I did, they would know I was listening for sure.
花ちゃん、提案なんだけど、タクも混ぜてあげよっか。どう？オッケー。ねえタク、こっちおいでよ。私と花ちゃんでタクの体たっぷりくすぐってあげる。
Crap. When I had closed my eyes, my imagination started to get the better of me. It was their fault for saying that stuff next to me. Oh well, they weren't actually saying any of that, but just listening to them tickle each other was enough to excite a healthy young boy like me. I listened carefully for a moment and realized I could hear soft snoring. Had they fallen asleep while my imagination was in overdrive? Damn it, they needed to consider my feelings too. I had gotten so excited I wouldn't be able to get to sleep for a while. I needed to think of a way to kill some time. Suddenly, Ito started to fidget. He was awake. Did he know what I was thinking about? I got nervous for a second, but he ignored me and took out his phone to check the time.
どうした？忘れてた。そろそろ0時だぞ。
あ？
だ。
Okay, they had special powers. Let's see. Yeah, so probably not, right? Probably not. Okay.
クルス、僕だけど。
タクル？来てくれたのね。入って。
I came inside and Kurusu welcomed me from the bed.
おかえり。ちょっと待って。
Kurusu started to rummage through something under the blankets. If she was going to get mad, I would prefer it if she got mad now. Right now, it felt like I was sitting on a bed of nails. It was hellish.
さ、今日呼び出したのって、やっぱり。
Right as I said that, Kurusu stood up.
なんで脱いでるんだ?
She wasn't even wearing underwear. Oh, but if she had been lying down this whole time, it would make sense if she wasn't dressed. Wait, that wasn't the issue here.
背中を拭いてもらおうと思って。
もしかして呼び出したのってそのためか。
ごめんね。迷惑だった？
いや、なんていうか。
This didn't make sense. Kurusu wasn't usually like this. I wasn't sure how to handle her now that she was acting this way.
ユイやユードに頼めばいいのに。
タクルに甘えたくなっちゃったのかも。こういう時ぐらいいいでしょ？
She wanted me to do that.
そんなこと言い出すなんて絶対変だ。熱でもあるんじゃないのか。
恥ずかしがることなんてないのに。何年か前タクルが熱出して寝込んだ時に私いろいろやってあげたじゃない。
いろいろって？
下の世話だってしたよね。
Kurusu giggled a little. I hadn't heard anything about her having a fever, so why was she acting like this?
タクルの体のことなら私何でも知ってる。兄弟なんだからそれは普通のことでしょ。
Was that
お
normal?
願いタクル、今日だけでいいから甘えさせてよ。
わかったよ。
ありがとう。
But it was still embarrassing enough that I couldn't bring myself to look at her.
タクル、目をそらさないで。
My heart skipped a beat.
それってどういう？
私の全部をタクルに今からさらけ出すから。
I gulped loudly. Her face was bright red. Did she have a fever after all? Or
クルスだって恥ずかしがってるじゃないか。
変よね。思ったよりずっと恥ずかしい。
to be honest, I wanted to run away as soon as I could, but I had just said I would do it. I couldn't betray Kurusu when she was this weak.
見るよ。
嬉しい。
I looked straight at her body.
「何か言ったら？
She was beautiful, but I couldn't bring myself to say that.
それじゃあタクル、お願いしていい？
お願いって？
だから体を拭いてほしいんだけど。
That's right. I had forgotten.
そこにタオルあるから。
She already had a towel and a bowl of hot water ready. I wet the towel and got closer to Kurusu.
前から後ろから？
She fidgeted. It was really cute to see Kurusu acting this way.
前も拭いてくれるの？
Kurusu didn't need me to wipe down her front side. She could do it herself.
いやだってずっとこっち向いてるから。
Oh no, I was panicking even more than usual.
ごめん。背中だよね。
いいよ。
She looked straight at me.
いいよ。
What was okay? No, I didn't need to ask. I gulped again and looked back at her. Her pale skin was slightly slick with sweat. Her breasts were large, firm, and round. Her hips formed a smooth curve. She looked like a statue of Venus. I had never realized Kurusu was so pretty before. I wanted to touch her body. She looked so soft. Her skin looked so clear. I would be lying if I said I wasn't turned on, but more than anything I wanted to touch it because it belonged to Kurusu. I wanted to touch her beautiful body because it was hers. I reached my hand out toward Kurusu's neck, not the one with the towel, but the empty one, and ran my fingertips softly down the side of it. I am getting canceled. I'm getting fucking canceled. How far are we going?
タクル
How far are we
なんで
going?
そんなところ
Her body shook a little. It was indescribably cute. Kurusu was always the big sister, bossing me around and telling me what to do, and now she was squirming under my touch. It felt good, like I had made her my own.
クルス、僕はクルスのこと。
How far are we going?
ええ
She nodded, embarrassed.
あなたの好きにして
Oh, okay, it's finally over. Holy fuck. Here's hoping I don't get. That was part of the game, Twitch. That was part of the game, and you allow this game on Twitch, on your website. So you can't cancel me, right? I'm fine. Probably, right? Okay. I probably shouldn't upload this to YouTube though. Oh man, that got spicy. Kurusu, I will not stop tickling you until you apologize. I was trying too hard to escape from reality. If I was imagining Kurusu in a situation like that, I must have been under more stress than I thought. Damn, that was spicy. Damn. Okay. I think we need to save. This is chapter 5. We just got out of the hospital, so yeah, we actually need to do a quick negative delusion right here. So things are about to get bloody. Assuming it's again like the first game, which it seems to be so far.
その件が気になるのか
Kunosado-san brought it up, even though I was trying my hardest to ignore it.
いや、別に。
I tried my best to laugh and avoid looking at it. Come on, don't make me talk about this with you. I just knew it was going to end badly, but Kunosado-san took up the blade with a calm look on her face. She swung it around and assumed a fighting stance. Her moves were graceful and beautiful. For a moment I fell in love. This sword was the perfect weapon for her. I didn't know why I felt that way, but that's how it seemed. She swung the sword right before my eyes. I could hear the sound of it cutting through the wind. No. I could see some of my bangs falling to the ground. It was incredibly sharp. If it touched me, it would slice me in half. It would tear me apart. I gulped.
お前たちをお前をここに連れてきたのは他でもない
Was it to kill me?
口封じのためだ
Oh, yep, there we go.
Huh?
And you die.
私は内閣特殊調査室のスーパーエージェント久野里美代コードネームは青の剣士お前は今
Wouldn't that be a
渋谷で
Azure
進行
Swords
中の極秘プ
woman?
ロジェクトについて知ってしまった故に生かしてはおけないんだ許せ
Kunosado-san took a step forward, moving as if she was about to begin a dance. It only took an instant.
タクあれ私
A spurt of blood burst from Sarika's chest and she fell over. What just happened? I hadn't even seen Kunosado-san swing her sword.
全員生かしては返さん呪うなら自分の運命を呪え
やめろやめてくれ
Ito screamed and fell, blood pouring from his chest. I still couldn't see it. The sword moved so fast. This was the power of the super agent, the Azure Swordswoman. Kunosado-san turned toward me. I only had a few seconds left to live, but for some reason, as she held the blade that killed Sarika and Ito, Kunosado-san seemed so beautiful.
お前が見ている景色は本物では
Stream
ない
Elements said,
世界は
Stay
全て
moist, my friends.
エラーだ
Hydrate.
Those were the last things that Kunosado-san said to me. Then everything went black. Maybe it was because of some small mercy of hers that I didn't feel any pain. Wait, what? You are in your last year of high school. What the hell are you thinking? Sure, any Japanese boy who grew up on manga could fantasize about something like that, but it was all tropes and cliches. If it had gotten launched in a magazine, it would have been cancelled after 10 weeks. I blame that sword that's just sitting there in the corner. Any boy who sees that sword will remember his dark past. Anyway, this is no time to be thinking about that sword.
キエさん、俺マジファンなんす。声聞いてるだけで超癒されるっつうか。
そんなことはどうでもいい。
As I sat there fantasizing, Kunosato-san was tearing apart Ito's hopes and dreams. He was having a bad time. And that's the negative delusion right there. So we can go ahead and load this back up. And this time we go to the positive delusion.
宮代。その件が気になるのか。
Kunosato-san brought it up, even though I was trying my hardest to ignore it.
いや、別に。
I tried my best to laugh and avoid looking at it. Kunosato-san must have sensed what I was doing because she dropped the subject. Instead,
やはりお前こそが真のアウグルなんだな。
she whispered that. What was going on? Why had she brought us here? The window started to rattle. It must have been the wind. The only things I could see outside the window were the streetlights shining in the darkness. For some reason, I felt very anxious, and then it came without warning. There was a huge crash as the windows shattered. A black ball landed in the center of the room.
Nanda?
捕らえましたよ、久野里美代。
It was a tiny girl with glasses. I knew her face. She was the girl we had seen at AH Tokyo General Hospital.
つけられていたか。
見つけたからには皆さんの命はありません。平等にエゼクサンをします。宮代さん、あなたもです。
For some reason, I didn't sound very worried. I was having trouble keeping up with this situation.
トク。
Sir Ika was clinging to me, a little afraid. It was rare to see her look like that. Normally, she was optimistic and easygoing. As the man here, I needed to protect her.
私は風使い。人呼んでウィーゼルサイス。
ウィーゼルサイス。
That translates to...
Itachi.
I saw that her nails were shining emerald green. Did she paint them with luminescent paint?
セブンスのプラーガが出張ってくるとはな。だが分かっているのか。ここはセロパライズだぞ。力を使えばどうなるか。
知ったことではありません。我が使命はただ一つ。計画の障害を取り除くことだけですから。
させるか。
Kunosato-san reached for her blade, but before she could...
可視化せよ、我が風。
The burst of wind blew through the room. The wind shone emerald green.
切り裂け。
島。
The emerald wind surrounded Kunosato-san's body. Her clothes were torn apart. Not just her clothes, Her beautiful skin and long black hair were ripped apart by invisible blades. Red blood flew through the air.
なんだよこれ。
Kunosato-san fell to the ground, covered in blood. Her hand had just managed to grab the blade, but she couldn't fight anymore. Kunosato-san was going to die. But all I could do was stand there and watch. If I interfered, I would meet the same fate. I would be executioned. Exectioned? Exectioned.
オーガナイザー側のアウグルも質が落ちたものですね。久野里美代、あなた程度で私を止められるとでも？
Kunosato-san gritted her teeth and staggered to her feet, using the sword as a support. You're crazy. You shouldn't have stood back up. Not with how tattered you are. She'll just kill you.
いや、シロ。
With the last of her strength, Kunosato-san offered me her sword.
剣を取れ。私には使いこなせなかったが、お前なら、お前だからこそ真の力を引き出せる。成層圏グラジオラスはお前のために、カオスチャイルドのためにある剣なんだから。
That's a reference to the first game, I think.
僕のためにある。
My name was the Chaos Child. Kunosato-san pushed it into my hands, her arms strong, but not strong enough that she was forcing me to take it.
宮代拓戦え。
Fight? Me?
戦え。でないとみんな死ぬ。
And then Kunosato-san collapsed into my arms. I grabbed her, and suddenly my hands were slick with red blood. She had always been so intimidating that I thought she was much taller than me, but her body was so frail and so light. She was just a girl, too, but she had fought so hard until she ended up like this. I had to do it. I didn't know what was going on, but if I didn't stop her, not only Kunosato-san's life and my life, but Sarika and Ito's lives would be in danger as well. I have to protect everyone. I set Kunosato-san on the ground and motioned to Sarika and Ito to step back. I tightly gripped the sword I had been given. Then I turned to face the girl wearing glasses, Weasel Sith.
話は終わりましたか、カオスチャイルド。
I glared at her silently.
あなたがその剣を取るというのなら、ウィーゼルサイズの名にかけて容赦しません。真の覚醒へと至る前に、今ここでエゼクソンをします。
I didn't know what to expect, but if I didn't fight, I would die. I had to fight. I steeled myself and took a step toward Weasel Sith. You are in your last year of high school. What the hell are you thinking? Sure, any Japanese boy who grew up on manga could fantasize about something like that, but it was all tropes and cliches. If it had gotten launched in a magazine, it would have been cancelled after 10 weeks. I blamed that sword that's just sitting there in the corner. Any boy who sees that sword would remember his dark past. Anyway, this is no time to be thinking about that sword.
ケイさん、俺マジファンなんす。声聞いてるだけで超癒されるっつうか。
そんなことはどうでもいい。
As I sat there fantasizing, Kunosato-san was tearing apart Ito's hopes and dreams. He was having a bad time. I just thought about something. Did we ever see the Pyromaniacs sword? I'm trying to think if we did. If I remember right, she just attacks us with her flames, right? She never pulls her sword out. I don't know if that's because she just prefers using her flames or if she even can pull out her sword. But she doesn't pull out her sword, does she? I'll be kind of curious to see what her sword looks like. Because I do love the fire. And a fire peace sword would be pretty, fire, right? Yeah, no, I think she just attacks with her fire. I don't think she ever pulls her sword out. We pull our sword out, but... While I hesitated, Arimura ran past the woman and headed towards the street. Although I think as far as styles go, I think Arimura's is my favorite sword. It's just so beautiful. The woman slowly started to stand back up. I ran after Arimura before the woman could get up. I ran down many different alleyways and turned down several corners. I didn't even know where I was anymore. I just kept running, sure that if I turned back, that woman would be right behind me. I ran. And ran. And ran. And then... True world within the eyes that resist truth and lies. And now we found ourselves onto a completely different path. Well, where's Arimura? Where did Arimura go? How could she run away and leave me behind? Damn it. And what the hell is wrong with that woman? Why did I have to go through this? Was it because I had been investigating the case? Then maybe.
あなた殺されますよ、宮代拓先輩。
Maybe I should have listened to Ariira's warning. Maybe I should have dropped the case right then and there. But back then, I never thought the killer would come after me. And I wasn't trying to catch them. I just thought it was interesting. We were only pursuing the case because it was fun. Was that just how reality worked? I hadn't done anything wrong. I had just been doing this for fun. Was that enough to justify killing me? If she killed me, I would die. If I died, I would cease to exist. I would disappear. I would be gone. I wouldn't be able to see anything, hear anything, say anything, eat anything. Except dirt. Everyone would make a fuss at first. Maybe someone would cry, but they wouldn't really mean it, and they wouldn't do it for long. Before long, they would all forget about me. Kurusu, Ito, Kazuki, and even Sarika. I would be all alone in an empty, dark world. No one would remember me. No. No, 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 no. Anything but that. I suddenly heard a noise in front of me. Footsteps. Did she get ahead of me somehow? Could I do it again if I had to? The way I had dodged those flames, if that was what Ariira said was my power. But how? I knew I had to bring out that sword thing again, but I didn't know how to do it. It wasn't working. I had been able to do it before because I wasn't thinking about it. But when I tried to do it now, the panic won out. And not only could I not use my powers, I couldn't even see the sword anymore. The footsteps kept getting closer. It was no good. I would have to run. It was all I could do now. My mind knew I had to run, but my body wouldn't obey. My legs went numb, and my heartbeat was deafening. The sweat pouring down my forehead got into my eyes, and I didn't even know where I was running to anymore. The footsteps from behind gradually got closer. They were almost on top of me, right around that corner, so close. And look, she's right there. I flailed my arms and legs out at my attacker, who screamed in a surprisingly cute voice.
Ari? Mura?
先輩、無事だったんですね。
なんだよ、脅かすなよ。
驚いたのはこっちですよ。いきなり大声上げて。
だって僕はてっきりあの女だと。てかなんでここに。僕を置いて先に逃げていったくせに、なんでまだこんなところにいるんだよ。
それはこっちのセリフです。どうして私と同じ方向に逃げてきちゃうんですか？そんなことしたら追っかけてこられちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
ちょっと待て。もしかしてお前 僕をおとりにするつもりだったのか？
別に最初からそういうつもりってわけじゃないです。ただ結果的にそうなったってだけっす。
Why you?
怪しいもんだな。そんなこと言って本当は。
Ari Mira suddenly put her hand over my mouth before I could say another word. I was about to complain, but then I saw the look on her face. I shut up and listened carefully. There was no doubt about it. This sound, this time it really was that woman. There was an explosion, and a shockwave in the air struck me in the face. I could smell something burning within black smoke that covered my vision, and beyond it, the woman with the empty eyes.
なんで僕ばっかりこんな目に。
そんなこと言ってる場合じゃないです。
I knew that. But what was I supposed to do?
こうなったら一か八かもう一度あの力を。
できるんですか？
わからない。でもやるしかないだろう。
I forced my shaking legs to turn toward the woman. Her eyes were still empty as she stared at me. I couldn't sense anything in them at all. I couldn't tell what she was thinking or why she was doing this, but I could tell that her eyes were looking at me. She was after me. Please, just one more time. Just one more time. Focus. Focus. Give me the power, I beg of you, Kamala. Or what was the name of the Chucky god? I don't remember.
いや。
先輩。
やっぱり無理だ。できない。どうしよう有村。
今さらそんなこと言わないでくださいよ。
だってこういう時こそ火事場のなんとかでどうにかできるかもと思ったんだよ。
Maybe things weren't that easy after all.
ていうか、お前の力でどうにかならないのか？
無理ですよ、そんなの。
I could see the woman raising her hand slowly out of the corner of my eye. This was very bad. At this distance, if I got hit with those flames, it was going to be really, really hot. No, hotter than hot. I could burn to death. Even if I didn't die, I would be badly burned. There was no way I would be okay. I needed to find some way to run. But how? A spiral of orange light was forming in the woman's hand. Oh, did this mean I was going to die? Was I going to die here and now? Did dying always feel so unreal? The woman was right on top of us now. A massive whirlpool of flame had formed around her hands, and then she slowly turned her hands toward us. And then there was a sudden strange sound as the flames floated backward and struck her in the face. She flailed back and fell to her knees. I looked behind me and saw that Ari Mira was holding a can of hairspray. Ari Mira might not have expected it to do much, but it worked better than she could have possibly imagined. Ari Mira was staring in shock at what had just happened, but there wasn't time for that. The woman was slowly starting to look up at us. Ari Mira's counterattack had made her angry. If she came after us again, we would be dead. So before that happened,
逃げるぞ有村
I picked up the spray can at my feet and flung it at our attacker, then grabbed Armira by the hand and ran toward the strange woman. She must not have been expected that, because fortunately we didn't hear any footsteps right away. For now, we needed to lose her and get somewhere safe where we could hide. But the only place we could hide around here was there. But if she found that place... No, there wasn't any time to worry about that. I had to chance it.
先輩どこへ
こっちだ
先輩
なんだよ
私もう無理
Hey, what happened to all that courage you had a moment ago?
何言ってるんだよもうちょっと頑張れよ
そういう先輩こそ息上がってるじゃないですか
Damn it, did she really have to talk back at a time like this?
ここで諦めたら死んでしまうかもしれないんだぞ分かってるのか
分かってるけど
But Ari Mira was right. My heart was pounding so loud, I thought it might burst. In manga and anime, you always gain incredible stamina in situations like this. Evidently, though, that didn't actually happen in reality. It was impossible for a human being to surpass their limits. Maybe I should have exercised more. Obviously, it was too late for that now. Still, that didn't mean I would give up.
とにかくもう少しだけ頑張れそうすれば
そうすれば
I didn't have the strength left to answer her question. We just had to keep going. Even a big city like Shibuya had lots of tiny, overlapping little alleyways off the main streets. And this area was my home, which meant I had the advantage, and it wouldn't be long before. I was right. I could hear sirens. Even in an alleyway, someone was bound to hear all of that noise. If the police were here, that woman would have bigger problems in trying to track us down.
よし今のうちに
先輩
こっちに
ちょっと
I lowered my body to the ground and headed further into the darkness.
先輩ここって
At this point, I would be able to find my way there blindfolded.
ねえ先輩ここは
し今黙ってこの中へ
でも
いいから早く
We listened carefully to the sounds around us as we caught our breaths. If we heard her footsteps, we would recognize them immediately. We could hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. I hoped that the police would catch her and take her away. We just stood there, frozen in prayer, as we waited for time to pass. 5 minutes, then 10. It wasn't long at all, but it felt like an eternity.
さすがにこれだけ待っても来ないならもう大丈夫だろう。
I took a deep breath. All the tension drained from my body, and I slowly sat on the ground.
もう大丈夫でしょうか。
Arimura asked.
多分。
そうですか。
But still, that woman, was she the one behind the murders? If so, then what was her connection to the faculty under the hospital? Was she acting on her own? Maybe. There still wasn't enough information to tell.
先輩。
何？
もうそろそろいいんじゃないかと。
だからもう大丈夫だってさっき言ったじゃないか。
いえ、そういうことではなくてですね。その手を。
手？
はい、ずっと握ったままなので。
I had been so desperate to get away from that woman that I hadn't realized it, but it seemed like I had been holding Arimura's hand the whole time. And it wasn't just her hand. She and I were incredibly close. I quickly jumped back.
こんな暗いところに連れ込んで、もしかして先輩。
言っておくが、わざとじゃないからな。変な意味で握ってたわけじゃないからな。
わかってます。先輩って見るからにそういうの得意じゃなさそうだし。
なんだと？
なんていうのかな。ほら、女の子慣れしてないっていうか。
待て待て待て、僕を見くびってもらっちゃ困るな。言っとくけどこれでも僕はリア充だぞ。
リア充ですか？
The term didn't seem to mean anything to her.
そう、わかる？リア充。リアルが充実してるって意味。いいか、アリメロがどう思っているのか知らないけど、女の子の扱いについては僕はこれでも。
っていうか、何なんですかここ。
人の話を聞けよ。
Arimura had stood up and started to look around the dark room.
痛い。なんか蹴っちゃった。
おいおい、勝手に動き回って人の家の中のもの壊すんじゃない。
家？
そうだよ、ここは僕の家。わかるか？つまり今僕が住んでいるところという意味だ。
I decided it was probably safe now and turned on the lights.
へえ。
Now that she could see, Arimura was looking around the room in surprise. She seemed a lot less on edge than usual, probably because she was pretty sure the woman wasn't going to come after us anymore.
喉乾いてるだろ。
I opened up the fridge and took out 2 plastic bottles. Then I handed one to her.
ありがとうございます。
She opened the bottle and took a big swig of it.
ようやく生きてるって実感が湧いてきたな。
なんですかこれ？
マウンテンビューだよ。知らないのか？マウンテンビューは日本で一番カフェインの含有量が多くて、頭脳の覚醒作用を促すことにおいては。
Arimira ignored me, even though I was still in the middle of my lecture, and grimaced with her mouth still full of Mountain View. Evidently, she didn't like it.
ここってトレーラーハウスですか？
いや、トレーラーハウスっていうのはある程度の期間一つの場所に定住するのを目的としたもので、どちらかというと車輪のついた家のことを言う。それに比べてこの家は移動することを目的とした宿泊施設のついた車と考えるべきで、そうした場合はキャンピングカーと言った方が正しい。ちなみに一言にキャンピングカーといっても、専用の車体を利用したフルコンとか、バンやボックスカーの内部を改装して居住空間を作ったバンコンなどいろいろあって、この家の場合は。
どうして先輩はこんな家に住んでるんですか？
Would you please let me finish first?
宮代先輩ってクルス先輩と兄弟っていうか、確か弟さんでしたよね、施設の。
あれはクルスが勝手に弟だって言ってるだけだよ。まあ何年か同じ施設で育ったのは確かだけど。
I would have preferred that she didn't ask any more questions about that. If she asked, I would have to tell her about what happened.
そうなんすね。
そうなんすねって聞かないのか？
何をですか？
だから僕とクルスの関係とか、なんで僕だけここで暮らしてるのかとか。
聞きませんよ。だって先輩聞かれたくないでしょ？
どうしてそう思う？もしかして。
Maybe it was her power.
残念ながら違います。私の能力はただその人の言葉が真実かどうかわかるだけで、相手が何を考えてるのかまではわかりませんから。
Then how did she know?
でもその代わりに人の気持ちっていうのに敏感になって、だからその人が何を考えてるかっていうのはなんとなくわかるようになっちゃったんですよね。もちろんそれもわかりやすい人とわかりにくい人とがいますけど。
つまり僕はわかりやすいってことか。
さあどうでしょう。
冗談を言ってもらっちゃ困るな。僕の思考は複雑で、ちょっとやそっとじゃ思考を読むなんてできないはずだ。
へえ。
なんだよ。
いえ、自分では本気でそう思ってるんだなって。
自分ではってなんだよ。
それじゃあさっきの話聞いてもいいんですか？
それは。
Maybe it was easy to tell what I was thinking.
じゃあその代わり別のこと聞いてもいいっすか？
別のこと？
先輩ってリア充なんでしたよね。
その話だよ。僕はリア充なんだ。だから女の子の扱いに関しては。
リア充ってこういう本読むものなんすか
Arimira picked up one of the magazines scattered at her feet.
クールキャットプレス、女の子との出会いからエッチまで。
I quickly reached out to grab it, but she dodged me easily.
なに南方健二先生、僕は彼女ができません。どうすればいいですか？女は部屋に呼んで押し倒せば言うことを聞く。
読むなってば。
I reached out my hand again to grab the magazine from her. But I had run so far and was so exhausted that even that was enough to throw me off balance, and as a result, Well, why is she looking at me like that way? Wait, this is just like.
まさか先輩。
No, wait. Did I really not? Mina Mikata Sensei had said it after all. If you pin a woman down, she'll do whatever you want. And she actually wanted you to. I didn't actually believe it, but maybe it was true, and I just didn't know it. Then maybe. Actually, there was a whole special on it, wasn't there? It was the July 1999 issue, I think. That bratty little girl, a year or two younger than you, is actually just waiting for you to make a forceful move. A forceful move. That meant.
そうだよ。実は全て僕が仕組んだことだ。
え、全部って。
全部と言ったら全部だよ。あの女のことも何もかも。
え？じゃあ私たちが襲われたことも先輩が？でもどうして？
決まってるだろ。君をここに連れ込むためだ。
I grabbed her by the wrists and pinned her to the bed. Arimura looked at me in surprise. And laughed. Why was she laughing?
有村？何がおかしいんだよ。
だって笑わずにいられないんですもの。僕が仕組んだ。私をここに連れてきた？おかしい。
Arimura stood up and put her fingers up to her jaw. And then, with a strange crackling sound, she started to rip off her own face. Her sudden insanity was enough to make me scream. She ripped off her own skin, and I could see the muscle and bone beneath. No, wait. Instead, I saw...
お前は
見つけた。
That woman from before. How could you run away from me?
ひどいじゃない。
Her eyes glistened with madness as she got closer to me.
嘘だ。どうして？
決まってるじゃない。あなたを消し炭にするためよ。
She slowly raised her hand, and then the first burst of flame came forth. It was so hot. I felt like I was going to vomit from the stench of burning hair and skin. I opened my mouth to breathe, and a wave of fire ran down my throat.
ほら、もっと身もだえろ。もっと苦しみがいい。これが私の苦しみ、私の喜び。頼むからもう許してくれ。何がですか？
え？
だから何を許してほしいんですか？
Mira was looking at me in confusion.
いや、別に何でも。
まあいいですけど、そこどいてもらえます？さもないと。
ごめん。
I left off her and started to grab the magazines off the floor.
その雑誌。
これは違うんだ。
I had screwed up. You're welcome, Stereo. Thank you for coming by. Stay safe, friend.